for the
PC consultant. skills, different capabilities here. Hopefully, I think this is the startup point, not the end, because what will happen is that after that one is enhancing our communications with the business partners here, creating real business opportunities. I believe with the next year, hopefully we can attend some ceremony celebrations of signatories during the next year event. Good luck, inshallah.
Let's go, please.
Hi, Siraj sir. We shall begin with this video.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're able to hear me. And if
Yes, sir.
you all hear me, you can definitely say yes in the chat. Excellent. So this is Muhammad Suraj with you today as your moderator, and I'm the chapter head for SIBEC Saudi Arabia, and also vice president of SIBEC Saudi Arabia. Well, I think today we had a great morning session as well. Yesterday we had a lot of experiential speakers. And today I'm going to be taking you throughout the evening, and looking forward to great session, interactive session. So what I want to tell you is it's going to be a power pack session, and it is always suggested that you can make your notes. If you have any questions, definitely after the speaker is done, we will have a lot of interactive learning session, inshallah, from all of you. We are all here to learn from each other. This is a great opportunity for all of us, that sessions like this, summit like this, where there is no barrier, irrespective of regional nationalities, locations, language barriers. You can come up with your thoughts, ideas, and keep sharing. And definitely, we all have a lot of questions around a lot of topics happening around us. So this is a great opportunity, because we have experts here who, with their experience, will be able to give us some guidelines, directions. And hopefully the whole idea of this session's outcome is that we can take something productive out of all this time and the efforts we are putting, that we can have some better outcome, and we all flourish together. This is what is the whole purpose of SIBEC as a organization. So with that said, I think we are all ready to welcome our first speaker of the evening. If Dr. Muhammad Zahir Hussain is the managing director, and I always love the word power, power of public speaking, power of so many things, inshallah. As a moderator, I'm going to be taking through. So he's the managing director for Power Group Holdings, Dr. Muhammad Zahir Hussain. He's going to be talking about the success stories and the opportunities. I think he's going to be sharing from his experience. So let us welcome our first speaker, Dr. Zahir Hussain. Dr. Zahir, are you available? Dr. Mohammed Zahir Hussain?
Sir, he has not yet joined.
Oh, okay.
He'll be
So
joining shortly. Yeah.
very shortly, right? So is Mr. Taisir Jaffer is available?
Yes, sir, I'm available.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for your quick response. Let me give an introduction about he is the founder of Global Steel Summit, UAE, and I think we have a great opportunity to learn from Taisir Jaffer about what Global Steel Summit is all about. So over to you, Mr. Taisir.
Thank you, Mr. Siraj. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. For people who don't know me, my name is Taisir. I'm basically from Chennai, south part of India, and I live in China for the last 18 years, and also do business in UAE for the last 18 years. To brief up about our business, we have two divisions. One is trading of steel from China to the Middle East and Africa. The next one that we have is conducting events in Middle East. So we do event for the last 4 years in Dubai, which is called Global Steel Summit. So Global Steel Summit started as a very modest event with just 400 attendees, and it has now grown up as the Middle East's largest steel event with close to 1,000 attendees from 40 plus countries. So this is a brief introduction about what I do personally. Now coming to the topic itself, now we're going to go deeper into how UAE is reshaping the steel fabrication in the region. Now, UAE used to be one of the important importers and consumers of steel. So basically, historically, UAE has been only consuming steel, let's say from the mid 1960s until 2015, we can say. But after 2015, so if you look closely in the last 10 years, UAE has not just consumed steel for its own consumption, it is also fabricating steel and re-exporting the part of the steel to other destinations also. So what has been happening now is that UAE, first of all, UAE is a big producer in Middle East for steel. So UAE has gone up from producing 0.5 million tons, and right now it is producing close to 3.85 million tons of steel. This is in terms of production, but in terms of import, UAE is importing close to 6.5 million tons a year. So when you add 6.5 to this 3.85, so close to 10 to 11 million tons, it is either producing, consuming, and it is re-exporting across the globe. Now, if you see before 10 years, when I say steel fabrication, because a lot of people here, they are not from the steel industry. So to give you a brief idea about steel fabrication, now steel is mostly used into construction. So when you build bridges, infrastructure, when you do real estate, when you build real estate, so steel is consumed in these places. The steel that most of us know and aware of is the rebar, which we also call it TMT bars, right? So steel rods, we also call it steel rods. Now, apart from this, there are other steel, such as steel sheets. So steel sheets, in professional terms, we call it flat steel because it looks flat. And we also have something called steel pipes. Then we have structural steel, right? So the majority of the fabrication is happening in sheet parts, because if you take the global steel the global steel trade, if you look at the whole global trade, the most traded product in the world for steel commodity is the flat steel, which is the sheet steel, right? So we always keep this as a parameter whenever we go to see how efficient a region is developing in terms of fabrication. So if you look at UAE specifically, the import of flat steel, especially because flat steel is of a lot of types. I don't want to go deep into it. There are like hot roll coils, cold roll coils, galvanized, and etc. etc. But if you look just at the hot roll coil, which is the main traded flat steel, UAE is right now importing around 3 million tons of hot roll coil alone a year. So it imports like basically it imports like 260,000 tons of hot roll coils a month, which is greater, which is bigger. The volume is bigger than the entire East African countries' import volume put together. So you can imagine how fast UAE is developing from being a very small consumer of steel 15 years before to a very large consumer of steel right now. So now, where are these steel getting ended? Like, are these steel that UAE is importing is just being fabricated and used locally in UAE, or it is being exported? Now, here's a leadership position of UAE fabrication that you can visibly notice. So if you see 10 years before, UAE had only, we can say, like 4 to 5 major pipe factories. But if you see today, UAE has close to 20 different steel pipe factories. So in this, there are factories that belong to the UAE government. There are factories belong to the expats. There are factories belongs to the locals. So among these 20 different pipe factories alone, you can see that close to 30% to 40% of all the processed pipes are being exported to the US, to the Europe, to the GCC countries, to Australia, to New Zealand, so several parts of the world. And similarly, of course, when you take the rebars, for example, the construction steel, it is not only consumed in UAE, it is also exported to Oman. It's also exported to some parts of Africa. It's exported to the US, the Europe, a lot of other countries. So when you come to the rebars, which I just said, so it is not just producing rebars from the conventional carbon way. It is also producing, like Emirates Steel, for example, it is also producing rebars in a green way. So it is decarbonizing the steel industry a lot. So the first part that we just discussed is the steel pipes. And similarly, UAE is also fabricating a lot of steel and exporting and consuming locally when it comes to the pre-engineered building. So if you see all the construction that is going on in UAE and the countries, the neighboring countries, you will see a lot of factories. You will see a lot of cold storages. You will see a lot of sheds, warehouses. It is all built. It is all built with steel, right? So this part of this industry that is building warehouses and all these factories, we call it pre-engineered building industry. So in short, we call it PEBs. So when you say PEBs, so UAE is also leading in it. Like UAE is exporting close to 40% of all the PEBs it is producing. So there are regional leaders in PEBs in UAE, such as Kirby, Mabani, Kandil, and a lot of other leading manufacturers who manufacture. They sell locally in UAE. They do projects locally in UAE, and also they export their PEBs. And last but not the least, the most important how to say the consumption in terms of fabrication comes from the re-rollers. So when I say re-rollers, it means they buy the raw material from countries like China, from India, from the rest of the world, including Saudi, and they roll these steel flat products into downstream products, which can be used in products like like a Coke tin or a Pepsi tin that we drink, it is also made of steel ultimately. So they do this downstream products. So UAE is also a leader in this downstream products. If you see the coated flat steel that UAE is producing, it is the biggest in the region. In fact, to be precise, it is the biggest among all the countries in Middle East and North Africa as of now. So this is one example of how UAE's steel industry, the fabrication itself is growing all these years. Now, when it comes to the policy side, when it comes to the support that the government is giving to the industry, it's really fabulous. So if you see first the whole steel fabrication, it used to start from Jebel Ali, because Jebel Ali is known as the industrial hub, the steel industrial hub of the entire GCC, and slowly it grown to Dubai Industrial City, DIC, then DIP. Then we have a lot of other regional free zones in UAE. But the major the turning point came from KEZAD itself. So when Abu Dhabi took a serious position in metal fabrication, so a part of KEZAD right now, there is a dedicated zone which is called Metal Park, which is the first steel processing zone in the entire Middle East. So there is no such concept that is available right now in other parts of Middle East. What they do basically is that there is a place in KEZAD which is called the Metal Park. So Metal Park is a zone where there are a lot of metal fabricators present in the same area. For example, when you fabricate steel, so in steel you need to process the steel, right? So if you're gonna produce steel pipes, for example, you will buy raw materials from India or Saudi or China, which is the steel coils. And first thing that you have to do while producing pipes is to slit the coils. It is cutting the coils, right? So cutting is one part. Then rolling the cutted coils into pipes, it is the second part. And the third part is galvanizing the pipe. So three processes are involved. So what KEZAD is doing basically is that it now has a zone within KEZAD which caters specifically to the metals manufacturer by reducing the capex. So let's say I am a trader, I'm a steel trader. I just trade in steel. I just have some stocks of steel, but I want to process it. Before, the process of doing this is to start my own factory. But what KEZAD is doing right now is that I can just take my steel raw material to Metal Park, and I can just get it cut in the same place. I can roll it into the pipes in the same place, and I can do galvanizing in the same place, and I can right away export from KEZAD port itself, the Khalifa port itself, or I can sell back in the UAE. So basically, I don't have to have capex to invest for my own factory. I can just use my raw material and with my very less investment, and I can just go to these smaller factories inside KEZAD, pay them the processing fee, the conversion fee, and get it converted to the end product that I wish to make, and I can just sell it in UAE, or I can just export. So these are some of the leadership within the metals sector that we are seeing in UAE. Now, when it comes to the capacity itself, so I told at the beginning of this podcast that UAE used to produce in 2010 0.5 million tons of rebars, but right now the UAE's rebar capacity is more or less 5.5 million metric tons. So which means like end of last year, we predicted that in 2026, UAE will be consuming altogether 6 million tons of rebar. So when I say rebar, it is the construction steel that is used for the real estate and infrastructure projects. So as of now, it looks like even after the regional tensions, it looks like the consumption of UAE is extremely stable. So nothing has impacted that. So if you see the monthly transaction volumes for rebar, you can see that it has been extremely stable. And the good thing is that before UAE used to import a lot of rebars from other countries, but right now, because UAE has its own capacity of producing 5.5 million tons of rebar, so this is also helping the national economy. So if you see the steel industry itself, it is helping UAE's growth and the national policies together. Now this yeah, and so this is one thing. So the second thing is that uh, UAE's leadership in decarbonization and green steel. So UAE is also pitching. So from in terms of energy, it is also pitching for hydrogen energy and green energy. Then it is also doing fabrication in a green way, and then it exports or consumes locally in the region. So here's a brief introduction to the UAE's metals, especially the steel fabrication sectors. And of course, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me.
Wonderful, Mr. Taisir. It is amazing. The amount of experience reflects on the way you have given the depth of all the information about the steel industry itself. Amazing. So let's
Thank you, sir.
open for any questions of regarding this topic.
Yes, if any of you have any question regarding trading steel into the UAE, or you want to do some kind of fabrication within UAE, you are looking for right opportunities within the metal sector, feel free to ask me anytime.
Dr. Jamal has raised the hand. You can unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Siraj. And hi, Taisir. How are you, Taisir?
Yes, sir.
Long time. Good to
Yeah,
see you
I'm
again.
good, sir. I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Taisir. Taisir, how about GSS 2026?
Yes,
Coming,
now coming to the Global Steel Summit 2026, like our summit used to happen every September in Dubai, and this year it may be postponed to October or November, depending on the situation that is happening in Middle East. But inshallah, obviously, we will have this event either in October or November.
Thank you for answering it. We are excited to be a part of it and to participate. Last events, we are looking forward to be a part of it.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Definitely.
Yes, Muhammad Ali, brother, please unmute.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Taisir, for this wonderful presentation and a very in-depth. You have articulated the growth of steel in this region. I'm sure we are all aware of Vale's mega hub project that's supposed to be happening in the GCC, where they, So, is there any changes due to the recent challenges for the Vale mega hubs, who are going to be, a producer of the raw materials?
Thank you, Mohammed. Now, when it comes to Wale, why they chose Middle East, especially Oman, Duqm, for example. The reason they chose it is because you get green energy in Duqm. So there is plenty of natural gas available in Duqm, in Oman, which helps Vale to bring iron ore from their mines in Australia and Brazil, and they process this iron ore into DRI in Oman itself. And their plan is to export this DRI from Oman to Saudi Arabia, to UAE, and also to Europe. But their target is Europe, because the reason is Europe has implemented CBAM, to match the CBAM, they have a lot of requirement in terms of green steel or green energy. So this is the idea. Now, If you see, Oman has been relatively stable in the last 1.5 to 2 months. If you see, it is the least impacted country in the region. So I personally don't think that Vale will back out. But what I heard is that some of the Chinese investments that were supposed to come in Saudi Arabia got cancelled. But with regards to Vale, it won't be cancelled because the location that they are there strategically it's safe, which is the Dukum port. And the second thing is that there is no other place right now which gives uh, green energy so cheap, which gives land so cheap, and which also is in supply chain wise also it's in a strategic position. Except Oman, I don't want to do a promotion for Oman, but this is the truth. For Vale's project, I don't think it will get cancelled.
Yes, Boss Group of Companies, you have raised your hand. You can unmute and ask your question, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Alaikum salam.
Sir, we are doing fabrications business in Chennai, sir. All types of metal fabrications work, sir. Actually, we'll how to collaborate with UAE, sir.
Sir, actually, like, can you be precise? Like, what kind of fabrication you do? You do CNC fabrication, or what
Sir,
exactly?
we are doing actually metal fabrications like MS gates, grills, these types also. We are doing a big factory also, pre-engineering building also, sir.
Okay, so both these things, it's very hard to supply anything to UAE because UAE is grating metal shutters and also pre-engineered building facilities. UAE's own setup is already very mature. So if you export, it won't be workable. But if you have plans to start anything smaller, even in a smaller scale in UAE, I think it will benefit you a lot. But if you invest in UAE and open up your whatever you do right now in Chennai, if you do the same thing in UAE, I'm sure you're going to make money. But in terms of exporting, just trading from Chennai back to here in UAE, I don't think it makes sense at the current situation because UAE's local fabrication is very competitive right now.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, I plan to start a business in UAE. It's better for this, right, sir?
Yeah, yes, definitely. Yes, if you start in UAE, the manufacturing itself, it's much better. Or what you can do is, if you find a warehouse within the free zone, so it can be some cheaper free zones also. It not necessarily Jebel Ali because Jebel Ali is expensive. So you can go to Kezal or some other free zones, find a warehouse and stock your material. First, you need to do a research on what UAE requires. So in terms of your product, what kind of pre-engineered buildings they require, what kind of stuffs they require. So you can do a slight research and
Right.
fabricate those products in Chennai and put it in your warehouse in Kezad or somewhere in UAE and sell in the UAE market. But I still think that there's a lot of difficulty in doing this, given the situation in UAE is that because UAE when you buy raw materials from India to fabricate your own products, you have to buy from the Indian steel suppliers, right? But what UAE is
Yes.
doing is UAE is importing directly from China and other countries whose steel products are extremely cheaper. So when you even manufacture in India and bring it to UAE, you will find that the UAE price is cheaper than yours because the reason is they are buying raw materials from countries which are much cheaper than China.
Sir, okay. Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Amazing. Thank you very much. All the questions were valuable, and more than that, Mr. Taisir, your research-oriented replies and your support will be very much, welcome to this organization. So, inshallah, we are looking forward to definitely all the questions may not be feasible at this time. So, we are definitely going to be in contact with Mr. Taisir for his support and guidance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Siraj. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's have a video and then we move to the. Right, so we are moving to our next speaker and we were talking about the power. This is a real power of getting connected, coming online together to listen to all the speakers and then making sure that, we help each other. Right now, we got a lot of questions and Mr. Thaisar was also able to give us a lot of tips on this and how do we take advantage of each other's strengths. This is really powerful if we really take care of each other's strengths and try to take the right actions at the right time. We will definitely get the fruits out of all this. Let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. Mohammed Zahir Hussain. He is the Managing Director of the Power Group Holdings. Dr. Mohammed Zahir Hussain.
Assalamu alaikum. And
Alaikum salam, sir.
Walaikum salam, sir.
good evening, distinguished guests, respected leaders, entrepreneurs, visionaries. I am Dr. Mohammed Zahir Hussain, founder and managing director of the Power Group of Companies and Power Group Holding. And thank you for giving me a chance. It is a privilege to stand here today in a room with people who are not just building business, but shaping the future of UAE. Every success journey starts with a question, not what is available, but what is possible. The power of possibility years ago, when many of us started the journey, we did the perfect system, but we did not have a limited sources. But we had something more powerful. We had believed that we could build, believe that we could grow, believe that we could create something meaningful and give a job opportunity to our own neighbors, our own people, especially Tamilians, and believe that we could build and grow with them. That's what make us stand in front of so many entrepreneurs are online today. The success story of our group of companies started in 1986. I started in 1986, where I was very young and very don't know about the UAE market. My uncle, late, and Mr. Mohammed Adam, he brought us here to work as a ordinary layman. But today, in front of you all, I have grown with a vision and with courage to execute 5,000 people in the country. and give them job opportunity. Today, when I look at UAE, I see that same belief at the national level. The country has grown by chance? No. The country has grown by vertical and horizontally in front of our eyes. Who will never ever believe? For the growth, everybody has been contributed, like expatriate like us, and most of the visionaries, those who are in the online. The country has been grown accordingly. Why UAE is different? UAE is not just a market, it's a mindset. It's a mindset, a place where ideas are welcome, speed is respected, and the ambition is encouraged. Here you are not limited by where you come from. You are defined what you can build. Here, you are not limited where you are come from. The rulers of this country and my partners, my Arabic partners, are not seeing where you are from, which religion you are from what is the background. They only see what you can build in this country and what you can make. That is what UAE. With the help of Almighty, we have succeeded very much as a facility management company in UAE. We have developed all the branches, 7 branches, with professional and perfection. A personal reflection storytelling moment. Let me share something about my journey at Power Group. Like my organization, we started with ambition. We want to grow. We want to expand. And like many others, we believed growth means more contracts, more people, more perseverance. But over time, we learned something important. Growth is not about how much you take on. It is about well you handle what you take on. There were moments where we had to pause, reflect, rebuild momentum, where we realize the system were more important than the speed. Discipline and dignity is more important than the ambition. Consistency was more important than the scale, and that has changed everything with reality and expansion. I want to tell you a very small story. Increasing the number is not our target. Building a company like huge manpower is not my target. My target is to build a company with technology and upgrade it with the available resources and reduce the manpower and give the utmost service with the standard and quality with what UAE is standing now. Now UAE is building a very big, I think you maybe heard about that AI tower, which no country has been made so far. That consistency is important, and that is the important things we are looking for. That is the important things what UAE is looking for. That is the important where the customer is looking for. Okay. Today, everyone talk about AI, but who is really implementing this and who is going to really get experience with that? So we, as a company, operational stress, financial pressure, declining service quality, and eventuality loss of trust and business. You can win a contract by one meeting, but you can lose in one mistake. That means the old traditional way, we cannot work anymore. We have to come to the new loop with the new standardization, with the new formula, with the new KPI, and with the new SLA, where the industry is growing accordingly. So we as a power group are changing according to the market need, and the market is showing us a way, and the technology is opening our eyes, so that the expansion will be critical and crucial, but we are going to handle it very, very strong. That is what we are looking for. The message is very, very clear. We need a potential partner in hospitality and in housekeeping, as well as in the facility management, as well as in the asset management and the infrastructure development. The opportunity is really very vast in UAE, but who is going to grab this gap and who is going to fill the gap? That is the important message which I want to give you. There's a lot of competitors, there's a lot of entrepreneurs in our industry. There's a lot of competition is there. But really, who is going to gain and who is going to win? That is the story going to come up in 2026, which the power group is changing totally from the basic to top. We are bringing so many innovative products, so many innovation, so much of integration, no paperwork, okay, and it will be integrated through the system from the procurement to HR, HR to financial to end result, and to the end user. This is what we are going to do. And you will see that the result, and the world and the UAE client and the UAE customer are going to see what the difference the power group is going to bring. And the difference will be amazing. I challenging all the entrepreneurs that we are not in the traditional manner. We will be oriented with the technical and the latest technology which nobody has been adopted. In UAE, we are the first company doing R&D, and we are the first company going to introduce the pigeon control, which operate through the electromagnetic system. Now, the traditional way which people are pitching up, all will be failed, and the rodent control which people are pitching up will be also the end result will be not up to the mark. But Power Group is adapted and doing the R&D, and it is successful, and we are testing it. Very soon, we are going to introduce in the market. Inshallah, from July mid, we will bring this product to the market. And extraordinary, we are going to introduce the drone system, which the drone is going to fly 90 meters with this external glass cleaning, which is going to replace the total rope access. The rope access, which is very risky, and the insurance cost is very high, that we are going to replace. System is ready, but due to the war, Dubai police and the external ministry is not giving permission for us to test the unit. Otherwise, we may tested now and introduced already. It is very beautifully built, and we have tested ourselves, and we have tested for only 10 to 20 meters, but now to fly over 90 meters need a real approval from the ministry. That due to the war, we are not getting that. Once we get that, we will introduce first in the country. And the mops are there, a traditional way. You go to the supermarket, you can see a nylon or cotton mops now. Now we are bringing a disposable mop, which is new to the country also. The disposable mop will replace entire mop systematic. And this will come, once you used, you can throw it. And it is giving us a guarantee that antibacterial and disinfectants are packed with the mop. We no need to add anything on that. This is also an American product, which we are totally taking over for all over the UAE and all over the Gulf. We will be the sole distributorship. Inshallah, we are going to sign the NDA very soon with the company. And
Sir, your mic got
Sir,
mute.
your voice is not audible, please. Can you check your mic, please?
yeah, now you can hear, sir. Hello?
Yes.
Yes. So we are going to introduce everything in a fast track manner, which will be replacing the trapping system, the kitchen grease cleaning system, and the petroleum grease system, and huge rigging offers also. Like, the petroleum rig is very big containers which were to do with the rope access before. That is the traditional way before which we were following. Now, the rigging system is going to replace with the drone, where multiple way we have to clean before. Now only one shot. All the pledges will come up, and easily we can remove the greases and replace the crude oil accordingly. Same thing which we are going to practice in the STP tank, which STP tank we have to go for several time we have to clean with the chlorine and with we have to wash with the waters. Again, we have to do some
Dr. Mohammed, my request to you for the timeline so that.
Yes, sir. So that these are the things I have to take more time. I'm sorry for that. Okay. And I will continue in the next meeting. Okay. Thank you for inviting me. Power Group believe in partnership and create value, not for a short time, for a long time. And we are here to assist you. And we are here to give a very good service to the people of UAE and customer and my own brothers and sisters. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any question to Power Group Jagir Hussain, sir? Is anyone?
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Zahir. MashaAllah, I love the words which you used in the initial stage of your speech. You used the word believe, and this is, I think, one of the prime ingredient for all of us, that if we can believe, we can do anything in our life. So thank you very much for bringing this. And also you mentioned that what is available is not enough for us. You know, what is possible, if we can make things possible. And I think your story of starting from 1986 is really inspirational. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed, for getting us into the zone of inspiration. Now, again, we have Dr. Jamal is raising his hand. Sir, please unmute and you can ask your question.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Zahir Hussain, for explaining your wonderful journey, and it's highly inspirational. And point now with I'm based out of Abu Dhabi, and we are working with ADNOC and other companies basically. How about your projects and engagement with oil and gas, power and water, nuclear, this kind of facilities in Abu Dhabi?
We have already given the samples in ADNOC. Okay. If you want, we can send you, if you give us your number, we can send you the samples which we have done in that lab. Okay. And we have proved that we are not ordinary, we are extremely, totally different.
Wonderful. I would get you a number later from Mr. Rabiq, and we'll connect and by probably telephone call or later, and then we'll take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed, salam alaikum. It was a very insightful, directly to the point, very, very sharp presentation, and especially when it's come to UAE, our mother. It's amazing. Thank you so much. I did hear in silence, but it was really, really very professional. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we have any more questions for Dr. Mohammed Zahir? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Zahir. We will move to our next speaker. Before that, we will have a video. right, wonderful. So we are moving to our next speaker, and she is going to be Madam Laila Rahal Al Atfani, and she is Her Excellency Laila is Goodwill Ambassador, the Royal House of Queen Sheba Crown Senator, founder and CEO of Business Gate Advisory Board, Executive Global Chamber of Business Leaders in the UAE. So
Thank you
she's going
so
to be
much.
talking about the business opportunities in UAE. So let's not sit and watch and listen, but let's take the
Um,
notes and see what are the opportunities. And over to Madam Laila.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone and each one. Thank you to your management for this privilege given me. And I say that where we start collaboration like a people coming from abroad globally and professionally, like what we are seeing today, it's not by chance, it's by commitment, by strategy, and by people who are behind. And we say to them, thank you. Today, not only UAE, the globe is looking for globalization and business collaboration. This high-level network today, which giving us access to know about different CEO and executors and people decision maker, and we are knowing in different fields, like right now in petroleum, in gas, in pipelines, and other fields, in managements, in real estates. It's outstanding. Before I talk about UAE, which the globe now who is UAE because of the trend business they are making and that big shift during many years since Expo 2020, they done a really a big, not a big, I'm sorry if I say it, but there's the reality, transformation in the business, and they collaborate with many countries, and one of them is India. Let me talk about India and the region. Today, we are challenging each other. When we see here in UAE, we have a lot of expat Indian and Pakistani, and they are big developer. They are big real estate maker. They are very powerful position in that line of business and bridging economy and culture with the tolerance. This is so beautiful. When we talk about opportunity, why we are talking about UAE especially because UAE. Can you
My
close your
pleasure.
mic, please? Okay. When we are talking about innovation and ecosystem globally for partnership to escalate the solution and system solution for sustainability, that what we all looking for, we will start about how to bridge this nation together. Today, UAE, in the middle of crisis, signed the biggest contract in the middle of crisis, uplift and boost the economy with the billions. And today also is the first tech and AI investments. It's being made by UAE. That innovation and that mindset of leadership, because each success is come from leadership. That's why people ask why to collaborate and how it's be this collaboration and business opportunity. It's built beyond a local partner with investors and the government entity and launching the pile of project new and site for the market in UAE, giving a possibility to the investor to come with comfort. Do not give them a lot of restrictions. They give them golden visa and to get them also the portfolio how they can choose them asset to be. That's one of the success maker. And we say why it's work in UAE, because UAE built with strength, strategy, transparency, and scaling ideas. Today they give a passport to doctor, to people innovative, to people creative, to superstar, many superstar from Hollywood, Bollywood. They get them golden visa and get them nationality. Even though here the government opening this the high level opportunity and new technology and new upskilling for anyone who is going to serve the country, to serve the land. And we will see here there is in UAE, I'm coming back to India, the first biggest billionaire investing in food garment is Indian, in real estate is Indian, and in landscapes in Indian. The big developer are in India, like Shobha, like Danube, and like Lulu, like other landmark. So there are many, many of them. And also we can talk about Imtiaz, Fakhruddin, a lot of brands. This investments is not simple to put your portfolio and your money and to work. No, this is building a legacy, building a wisdom, building together a powerful platform to the future. And this agenda continue and continue and continue. The access to capitals plus decision maker to the people who are investors, to let them go for beyond than investing, and they become ownership. They escape that 5149 like before. Now you are 100% ownership. They make a gateway to the global market. They let them extend and bring other investor in GCC country, Africa, Asia, and to collaborate with multi-market explanations. Like today, yesterday, we know that UAE no more with OPEC, no more in the petroleum commitment. They are now ownership for them decision and for them revenue, and that it was amazing. So they open also the gate for fintech, sustainability on energy innovation, the trade logistic optimizations, a lot of opportunity. Not only that, they invest on a leadership in a mindset on the humanity, on the people. That one of the biggest investments. And this is what I come back to say. All the countries are a role model when they have the best leadership. And I say thank you to our leadership, because really we united in the crisis, and they announced everyone in Emirates, loyal is Emirati. So we are all Emirati, we are all equal, and we are all brotherhood and sisterhood. And that's why we have to build this with strength. And together we build, together we rise, together we shine. I say thank you to all of you. I know you are all a leader, and you have a system, solutions for your business. And we don't come here just to expose what India doing or what other country or what UAE doing, but we know what is the strand, and we're not telling it just to put the flower. We're telling statistic and a reality, and what everyone can ask as wisdom. For the end, I will say to you, no matter you reach, no matter you are powerful, try to trade with that currency of humanity, kindness, and tolerance. These key are the success. And try always to uplift and empower the young generation, and put in the mind that we have to collaborate with other nations to bridge economy and a culture. This is more important, and to keep them identity with proudness, and also to be belonging to the land who make them grow, like UAE. If I am in India, I will say, Mama India, thank you, because you give me a lot. Same thing, those Indian or Pakistani, Sri Lankan or others European, they are here in UAE, and they say, thank you, UAE, for what you given us as a wisdom. This is how we want the humanity to work, and a business. We're going to do business. We're going to collaborate. We are signing with India 4,000 startup in Kerala. And I say thank you to Kerala community. And yesterday I signed for SMEs, micro SMEs, angel investors. And that is also one door to be discuss with the people, all the people who have knowledge and they have a business, try to invest even with small money for NGOs to help other community and to help those people who are not in big city. Because a real empowerment, even I am doing women empowerment, for me real empowerment is those villages where there is no electricity, no 3G, no comfort, these rural areas, that where those investors and the CEO and these power people have to go and to invest and to collaborate. When you make small drop, small drop come a big ocean because you insist on it and you support it. Thank you so much again. My apology if I did not open my camera because I'm with my mother in hospital. And I wish you all the best. I'm so proud of you, and keep together. One hand, one mission, one vision to build the success. The knowledge come from each other. We learn from each other. It's inspiring me, the T-boy and the driver of taxi, because he's making his job with respect and wisdom. It's not about money, it's about mental health, and it's about the riches of the heart, and the way you give, you receive. In the end, is a big karma. Give love, give strength, give empowerment, you will receive a blessing from God. Thank you. Layla Rahal, Dubai.
Any question to madam? Yes, please raise your hand.
I have question for them.
Yes,
Today,
please.
today, thank you so much. Today, the globe is struggling, and we know everybody is looking for opportunity to make money. How you see yourself making money in crisis? How you challenge yourself to move onward without cutting bread for those people and sending them home? That's why we don't do in Dubai, even we are in crisis. So anyone can tell me how he can leverage to swap his business without cutting bread of others people in the crisis. Thank you.
Madam Laila, thank you very much inspiring again from the work you have been doing. And you mentioned about woman empowerment, wonderful. And that is the real actually happiness and the real essence you get when you are really able to empower others and you see them flourishing. Amazing. My question to you is, how are you trying to help? You mentioned about the small business SMEs and all that. So any real case study or any story you have to share with us?
Yes, of course. I will. I will say I was doing youth empowerment and women empowerment a long time, and I fly to one country. I don't want to bring the name, and they was expecting from me as SMEs and as special needs that I give millions. I say I don't give money. I give 3S. They look at me like that. I give system solution for sustainability. I create for them small project. I say, this is a machine of sugar. This is sugar. This is paper. Can you do for me 150 pack every day? They look at me like this weird. I say, I want you to earn the money with your wisdom and do not ask charity, but make your own business. They say, yeah, we can make it, but how are we going to sell it? I go with one. I teach him how to go to those restaurants around, and I ask the restaurant, how much you buy sugar? He say, I buy it, let's say, $10. I say, if I sell it to you with $8, you take it from me for 1 year? He say, yes. I say, this is for special needs and SMEs. He say, yes, I will take it. And I sign with 25 a restaurant, and then these people who start selling and taking the money, they open 10 machine now, and that was only last year, and they are delivering sugar to everyone in the country. Second, for the women, they come into me struggling and they say, I want to make my business, I don't know. I give them small idea to start from home without having high cost, to make cookies or to make t-shirt or to make bracelet or to make a brand. And we give them the visibility study. It's easy with the Mr. AI, you can have everything. And we built a brand of them, and we do for them coaching how to market it in social media. And we done one platform for e-commerce, and we start with community. We have today 26,000 women globally, and we are helping more SMEs and startup in UAE, some of them local. I have not too much local because UAE is taking care of all the ladies local. I deal with expat more. The local, I think I have bold 100, but the expat I have a lot. They are from wealthy, and some of them even they come to us. They are leaders, CEO, decision maker. We do round tables every Sunday. Tomorrow we have another round table, and we talk opportunities, how to leverage the business, how to boost each other, how to respect each other, and how to open the door for each other. Today, I think people they don't know they don't want showcase or show up. They want more some system who can put them in the roadmap. You have to empower these people. When you are CEO, a decision maker, don't look at them that they are having knowledge. We learn from each other. Humility, simplicity, and down to the earth can open you a lot of door, even you are decision maker. You see our sheikh, how they are going simply, humbly to the people, and that's the key of success. SMEs or decision maker, in the end, SME, they become big entrepreneur, and those startup, they become a big leader. So we scale them to teach them the leadership, to skill them also how to start talking and approaching business customer service, and also how to lead them team, because there is no good work without team. So in the end, we are one together. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Madam Laila. This is really inspirational, especially when you said 26,000 ladies. It's not a small amount. It's not a small number as such. Wonderful, Madam. Thank you very much for this and taking us along with a lot of new people will be joining you after this session. Any more questions for Madam
Thank you
Laila?
so much to all of you.
All right. So I think, yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, brother.
Yeah. My name is Mohammed Yusuf. Speaking to you from Abu Dhabi. And regarding the question raised by Madam Iman some time ago regarding the business continuity in the time of crisis, do we have job laid off the employees in our company? As an entrepreneur, we have a business continuity plan. Recently, Corona has been a lesson learned. And definitely the recent crisis, the war crisis, and the struck of the logistics, the life got into standstill, and many other. By the grace of Almighty, the government has extended themselves a very resilience among the nation and the people who live in. And in fact, they protected us. We are grateful to the nation and the people who are behind this. And Alhamdulillah, this has been tremendous pressure on the business. There has been a quarter one is heading to minus, and the impact we are seeing in quarter two. And the recovery is in quarter two, while the impact and the recovery, the new the policy changes in the government has also given us a extra acceleration to recover faster, not within Q2. In fact, Q3 seems to be very promising. By next week, we have Make in the Emirates campaign and the huge exhibition where country is very curious and serious about extending the resilience among the requirement for the nation. So we are also participating. And in fact, it's been an honor for us that in our company, none of our employees have been job layoff or any salary cut. Everyone has received the salary on time. Not even a single dollar has been taken out from their rights. And Alhamdulillah, we are back in track and we are working confidently towards the Make in the Emirates. And again, we are working towards the new UAE mission. The UAE is built to keep building. This is our motto. Thank you, Madam Iman. We are looking forward for more inspiration to come.
It's amazing. I know that we learn a lot in UAE from that auto system. Thank you so much for helping the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Laila, for this inspiration. And we move to the next speaker, please.
Sir, a small announcement. In between the meeting, and some interruptions comes without their knowledge, the mics gets unmuted. So we shall log this meeting. Whenever the speaker ends their sessions, we can, if they raise a hand, we can unmute them, sir.
Definitely. Shall we?
Yes, sir. You can unmute, sir.
All right, sir. We are moving all together for our next speaker. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's welcome Mr. Arif Aslam. Mr. Rafiq Aslam, sorry, my apology, Mr. Rafiq Aslam. He is the former creative director from Zoho, global brand builder and storytelling strategist. This is very important in business. You need to have the skill of storytelling. And who else can tell us more on this? Let us welcome Mr. Rafiq Aslam to share us on the topic is going to be how businesses stand out in crowded market. And this is one of the major concern for all of us that it is competitive. It is competitive from morning till night. Wherever we go, we see the crowd. So we are going to learn a lot from Mr. Rafiq Aslam. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
bro.
thank you very
Yes.
much. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank SIBEC for this opportunity. So not sure if whatever I'm going to say is going to be 100% relevant for your business. But I just want to touch upon a few items, a few things which could actually could open up your thought process. In general, I sort of see this trend in the founders that they are very confined to one specific problem for region specific problem, which is very confined to one particular region. Okay, but in general, what I see is that whatever we are solving for a specific region could also be applicable globally. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that, okay, so whatever you are solving for Madurai could also be applicable for Melbourne. Whatever you are solving for Jeddah could also be applicable for Johannesburg. Okay, so one suggestion I would actually give to our founders is, can we have a global vision? Can we have a larger vision? When you have a larger vision, but that doesn't mean that you need a lot of investment, you need a lot of manpower, you need extra capabilities. That's not required. Thing is that when you have a longer vision, you should start small. Start small, solving a specific problem for a specific audience, okay, and then expand your vision, expand your geography one by one. I mean, that is what we actually did at Zoho also. Not sure how many of you have heard about Zoho. Zoho is the global SaaS, globally respected SaaS brand, okay, which is competing against Microsoft, Google, and Salesforce with that. Just like any other brands, we also had this same problem of do we want to just be successful within India, or do we want to become a global brand? In fact, we took stance of becoming global brand from day zero, not from day 100 or day 1000. We decided to become a global brand from day zero. Okay, and that doesn't mean that we actually diluted our ethos, we diluted our culture to become a global brand. We took a lot of strategies. Probably I could actually share a few thoughts also, but I have a presentation here which I would like to share it with you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this is the topic I've been given. Okay. How businesses stand out. But before getting into that, okay, why does a business should stand out? Can anybody answer? Why should business stand out? What is the necessity? Yeah, Dr. Jamal.
Yeah, to stand out and to get more visibility.
And why should he get more visibility?
As if to go your business in long term and get more customers.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Yusuf?
Thank you very much, Rafi bhai. The businesses, whatever we do, should excel in what we do. In regards to the customer loyalty, this has been a major. Secondly, in regards to the financial discipline, these two reasons, primarily, these two are the major component for businesses to stand out: customer loyalty and financial discipline. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Ms. Ashna?
Yes. Visibility creates credibility, and this credibility in turn creates profitability.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah. Okay. To summarize, I mean, every business strives to, strives to one purpose, which is to make revenue. That's all. There's no second thought about it. We all are existing to make revenue. Okay, and to make revenue with minimal investment, right? When your business stands out, okay, you can actually extend your lifeline of your business with minimal investment. This is the fundamental thing. Okay, business should stand out to make an impact in the market, to stand out in the market, so that people can actually remember you. And why would someone remember you? People will remember you when you're actually offering something very unique to the customers, or in the case when you're actually offering the same service, same product, which all competition are offering. Okay, there should be something that people could actually remember, associating. It could be customer service, it could be your quick response, it could be anything, right? Those are all things that will actually helps you business stand out. Okay, So then, before moving into the other aspect, I would like to step back and take you to a different world. Okay. So I always have this habit of looking at stats, looking at global stats. Even though I live in India, I'm actually actively involved in Middle Eastern businesses. I generally take global stance in whatever I do. Okay. So I was actually looking at the global stats of brands, global brands. Okay. But if you see, you take all the aspects, I would actually seeing the number of global brands from different regions. And to top the chart, United States is the number one country to offer global brand, and number two is China and Germany. And if you see, Middle East is the 12, just not 12 global brands for Middle East, and India is relatively very poor in terms of contribution to the global brands. Okay, and that is one part. Relative another angle is if you take the smaller geographies like South Korea, Germany, and Japan, and Switzerland. Switzerland is just very fraction of whole India, right? But if you see, Switzerland has actually contributed many global brands, and South Korea which is one of my favorite country, which has been offering great brands, right? Like Samsung, Hyundai, and Kia. Okay, and even Germany, all the automobile brands. Okay, the reason for this is that, so what is that we are lagging, and what is that they are having? It's not infrastructure. It's not the capital. It's not they have got extra talent that we don't have. Okay, what is guys from, what is the brand companies from South Korea has, which we don't have? I don't feel there's any talent gap here. Okay, I don't feel there's any infrastructure gap here. The fundamental thing that I see is that the long-term vision, and the global the aspiration. Okay, how can I take my product, my service global into global market, right? That is what is actually missing, in my opinion. Okay, so coming back to my topic, like why should a business stand out? Okay, now in this era of AI, in this era of VC funded companies, in this era of in the global ecosystem, okay, anything can be copied, right? Whatever segment you are, whatever category that you are, whatever region that you're operating business in, anything can be copied. Price can be matched, features can be copied, even distribution, which is the greatest strength for most of the business, that can be copied also. Even the campaigns that you are actually doing can be copied. We always read newspaper that this cat campaign was actually copied from that brand a long time ago. Okay, so what is that? Something cannot be copied, which you can actually own. Okay, which is a meaning, which is purpose of your business. Right? That is very important. It is very subtle. It is very simple, but it has a weightage of you taking your ordinary business, very ordinary business, to become a global brand, right? Which means your story. I mean, why do you exist? Why should I care? Why should my customers care about you, right? The reason for your existence, your founder truth, right? These are some of the things that you should actually cultivate in your company. It's not just about building a product or building a service and just getting some customers and offering a service. Of course, that is the basic thing. But beyond that, are you creating a memory in customers' mind who are actually doing business with you, right? That is very important. Okay, because meaning turns, without a meaning, business is just a business. Just a business. Okay, it's a mode of transaction. Okay, but only meaning can actually create trust in the market. Only meaning can actually convert a business into a brand. Okay, there are see, you might have come across a lot of brands. Okay, where a lot of categories, business categories, where you find better product, but you would actually choose, your favorite brand. Why is that? This brand that you are actually purchasing might be expensive, okay, may not have more features than, your the top brand. Okay, for example, if you see, iPhone is notoriously, known for launching features 5 years or 2 years later. Like Samsung or other Korean brands are the first to launch, features, and Samsung actually does it very no, so iPhone does it very, late in the market. But the way Apple has created a cult, Apple has created, followers, Apple has created a community, okay, that no other brand has done. It's because of pure storytelling. It's because it has understood the customers that no other brand has understood. Like, okay, it has created a meaning. Okay, so it means that when you do that, okay, when you don't have a meaning for your business, when you don't communicate your story to the world, when you don't communicate your existence to the world, okay, you're just selling, you're just making money, okay, but you're not making a memory, you're not creating a dent in the customer's mind, okay. And by brand, it doesn't mean that no people always associate branding with advertisement, okay. So to create branding, you need to put out a billboard in Sheikh Zayed Road. You need to take a full page ad in Gulf News, or you do a lot of reels and stuff like that. Those are advertising, okay. Branding doesn't need a lot of infrastructure. Branding doesn't need a lot of investment, okay. Branding is something very, very subtle, very, very simple, very, very basic, okay. So you have two very, very important customer touch points, okay, for all these small business or all the entrepreneurs that don't have much of finance capital, okay. So almost everybody have two important customer touch point, which is sales call, and other is your website, okay. Now in the sales, let's take sales call, okay. In the sales call, someone actually picks up the call and asks for your is on an inquiry, okay. What are the first 2 or 3 lines that you say to the customers? And by the moment you finish the call, okay, what is that you have instilled in customer's mind? Is it that he has problem A, problem B, problem C? You have a list of problem and you have a solution. You are just mapping your solution to your problem, or always or creating a value out of that solution, right? So can you do exercise saying that, can this prospect remember me even after the call is over? Can you say that? That will happen only if you actually have a narrative around your product, around your service, right? So that is very, very important. So, and then your website. Website is another very, very important place where you actually tell your story. Okay, what does your homepage is saying? What does your about us page is saying? Right, that is very, very important. And I was present in yesterday's call, and a couple of people were actually asked to introduce. The moment we ask people to introduce, the moment they open up with, I am so and so, and this is my designation, and we have presence in so many countries, and this is what we do. Actually, nobody cares. Nobody cares who you are, what is your designation title, and what is how many countries you are present in. What people actually care is that what problem are you solving, okay, and how different or unique you are solving that problem, and why should I care for you? This is the simple way. This is how you should know. Okay, I'll give an example. Okay, if someone asks me to introduce myself, okay, there are two ways. I'll start regular way of introducing. Okay, I'm Rafiq Aslam. I'm ex creative director of Zoho, and I've been consulting companies on branding and marketing strategy. This is a conventional way. Now let's take another way. Okay, my name is Rafiq Aslam. I see a lot of founders are struggling with art of storytelling. They have a great product, they have a great service, but where they're lacking is they are unable to take their story to their audience in a most effective way. And this is where I chip in. I help founders to take their story to the audience in a most efficient way. Now, these are two different introduction styles. Okay, which one do you think is preferred? Which one which do you think which people actually know will remember, right? Obviously, the second one. Okay, so another aspect that I see is that in fact yesterday, Mr. Riaz was actually stressing on importance of finance. Okay, how you should actually pay attention to the finance strategy. How should you actually take care of all the metrics to make your business profitable. I completely agree with him. Okay, I also see a trend where founders, even though they are not from finance background, they always take an effort to sit with the finance department or accountant auditor to understand the nuances of profit and loss statement, cash flow statement, and even they get well versed in budgeting. Okay, but I don't see founders sitting with a marketer or sitting with their social media team to get the narrative right. They think that marketing is an outsourced team, even if they are part of their own office. They consider an extended team. Okay, all they think is that they need to also they need to allocate a budget for marketing, and marketer will actually take care of the marketing. Marketing is not just marketing's job is not just to generate leads. More than that, more than generating leads, it also has a responsibility of create a perception of your product, create a perception of your service into the market. And who better than you can actually create a perception in the market? And how can you actually depend on the external guy or a marketer to create that perception in the market? Have you ever sat with your marketing team or whoever that is to review what communication is going in the market? Or have you ever put in effort to see if this communication that is going on social media is in line with your vision? Right? Another important thing that we should really keep in mind is that even before someone contacting you, okay, they'll be seeing your communication. They'll be seeing your communication in social media. They'll be seeing your communication in your webinar. They'll see your communication in a print ad. They'll be seeing communication elsewhere. Okay, so that communication is very, very important. Okay, so when you actually start focusing on these little things, okay, you will start building a better recall. Okay, and building a better recall will actually result in low selling friction. People will actually buy you like that. Okay, your sales team doesn't have to sell hard. Okay, by building a brand means you already created a trust in the market. Every business thrives on trust, creating trust. And you would see there are brands which are actually spending millions of dollars in just advertising to create a trust. Whereas I'm actually suggesting you that you have two important touch points, which is sales call and website. Okay, you just tap into that. You just focus on these two elements to create that trust, which will eventually result in creating a brand. Okay, now now the moment I talk to founders, okay, what is that you're doing? Okay, in marketing, they start with channels. They start with, okay, we are spending that much dollars in LinkedIn. We are doing so much paid ads. We are doing that events. We are doing this, that, and all. Okay, so those are all channels. Okay, those are channels that are available for every other brand, whether you are Emirates, whether you are Geo, whether you are Aramco, whether you are Reliance, whether even a small solopreneur running a boutique business. Okay, pretty much channels are common for every business. Okay, the moat is that what are you doing with those channels? How effectively are you using those channels? That's the key. That's very, very important. Okay, and how are you using these channels to create a mind share? See, it's not about spending dollars throughout the year. Okay, even if you do a campaign once, okay, can people remember you for a long time? I mean, this is what we did at Zoho also. And Zoho, we actually never spent that much money when compared to competition, and we never actually spend throughout the year. Also, we were actually spending doing campaigns only at relevant season, which actually target specific audience with specific message, and that resulted in in high brand recall. Okay, so we actually have used the same all the channels, but the one unique thing that we did is that we actually spoke to the customers at their level, right? We actually highlighted the problem. We actually highlighted a solution that Zoho is offering. So it's not just about the channels, and don't be in the assumption that just because you're spending some amount in LinkedIn, some amount in events, some in paid ads, you will get leads. Of course, you might get leads, okay, but I would actually suggest you to go one step further and say that how can you actually create an image? How can you actually create a perception in the market using those channels? Okay. Now, the another thing is that, okay, whatever you're saying is sounding very interesting, but I am not into consumer brands. I'm not. I don't. My product is very serious. My product is about very complex. Okay, so I don't have a liberty to be creative, be humorous, be funny. Okay, I don't believe in that argument. Okay, seriously, I don't believe in that argument. Okay, because for me there are no boring categories. Okay, so it's only boring stories. Okay, if at the end of the day, if a human being if your product or service is used by a human being, it has to be emotional. It has to be resonant with a human being. Okay, no matter what you are selling. Okay, so it's your responsibility to make your product, make your service as interesting as possible, as emotional as possible. Okay, so I would like to share two case studies here. Maybe I can share this video also in the chat later on. Okay, there are two brands. Okay, which is first one is the Benji. Okay, so this is a sensational brand which is very getting very popular. Okay, but what the product is just a boring plaster. Okay, plaster that you would actually stick on a wound. Right? Okay, but the problem that they are solving is that plaster is a very functional product. Okay, there's no emotion, there's no character in that product. Okay, what interesting or what creative can you make in that product? What these guys have done is that they have tried to make it very interesting, and they have pushed themselves as plaster for adults. Okay, and they have made it so interesting that they actually are selling out like anything. Like, you should actually watch it out. I'll share that video. Okay, and next one is the another brand which is called as Liquid Death. It's not an energy drink, it's not a cola, it's a plain water. Okay, but what they have done is that they have focused on packaging. Okay, and they have actually, see, mostly water is sold by in a bottle, right? Plastic bottle. Okay, so they have took a stance of sustainable stance. Okay, and how a plastic is actually polluting the entire world. Okay, they have made a very sustainable packaging, and that has become a part of their story. Okay, and they have built cult around the brand, and you would be surprised to know that they are actually doing close to $200 million revenue. Okay. Now coming to Zoho. So when we started Zoho, okay, so we were just like any other ordinary company, focusing on getting our products right, getting a product quality right, answering customer calls and stuff like that. And we actually put down our heads for 10 years. Till 10 years we never actually focused on branding. Okay, we're just focusing on getting our products right. But when we started to thinking of what should the message be, what should be our memorable line for the audience. Okay, of course we were thinking of several other stuff. Okay, and then we came up with Made in India, Made for the World. Now you'll be surprised or you'll be even laugh at this line. Okay, what does a company which actually is building CRM software, accounting software, or human resource software has to do with made in India, made for the world? Answer is nothing. Okay, answer is nothing. Okay. But what we did was we wanted to stand out. We never wanted to be in the same league of Microsoft, Google, or Salesforce. And to do that, we actually came up with the idea of, okay, there's no other product-based technology brand to come out of India. So all other Infosys, TCS, and Wipro were the servicing companies. Okay, there was no product-based company come out of India first. Okay, so can we take that stance and tell it to the world that this is the first Indian brand to come into technology space? Okay, there were two things. First thing is that it will actually kick in pride, okay, of Indians. Okay, and number two is that it will actually position ourselves very unique company. So all this will actually make sense only if your product is right. Product is of quality. Of course, we had a very good product. Okay, there is just messaging, packaging around our product and offerings. Okay, and then by doing that, what we did was we actually automatically created a leadership position. We took a leadership position in India. And if you see most of the companies abroad, especially in the US, which is our primary market, most of the decision makers were actually Indians. You take any companies, any technology companies, they were actually Indians. Okay, and those were the guys who were actually writing check for which software should be used and whatever. Okay, and when they got to see a technology brand which is as good as Google, which is as good as Microsoft, which is as good as Salesforce, but it's from India. Okay, we touched their emotional chord, and we started now getting results. Okay, but the idea was not to reach out to Indian decision makers through made for the world. The idea was how can we position ourselves differently, right? So these are some of the things that we did, and again we never actually cared whether someone did this before or was just tried and tested with them. No, we wanted to tell it to the world in the most authentic voice. Say that okay, if we can do it, you can also do it. Okay. So coming to the end of my presentation. Okay. So as I said in the beginning, most of the founders are actually very focused on getting the product right, getting the price right, getting the distribution right. Okay. Of course, these are very, very basic stuff. This is very, very fundamental of any business. We have to get this right. Okay. But if we focus only on that, okay, you can only get people to use your product. Okay. Functionality helps people to use it. Okay. But only purpose of your company, purpose of your business will actually help people remember you. Okay. And for that, we have used this, Prime 5C framework at Zoho. Okay. So I would actually suggest you to make use of this. Okay. First thing is clarity. Okay. Can people understand you quickly? If you are actually taking 300 words to explain your product, okay, can you make it under 80 words? Can you condense 300 words into 80 words and still make people remember you? Okay. And in that 80 words, can you contrast yourself from your competition, how different you are? Okay. And in that, can you build a character? Can people remember you? Okay. And then once that is done, can you use that across all your distribution, all your channels, in your sales calls, in your event booth, in your website, in your brochure, in your pitch deck, everywhere? It's not that your sales guys is actually using something else and your marketing team is using something in the social channels and you are using something in your pitch deck. Okay, that doesn't work. Everything has to be consistently used across all the mediums. Okay, and first and foremost, just like Benji, Liquid Death, and Zoho, do you have courage to be unique? Okay. So these are some of the things that I would ask. Okay. I mean, I had this slide for another different presentation, but I would like to ask use this deck here also. So same product, but two different explanations. Okay. Can you tell me which hair dryer would you buy? Read both the
X, Y,
description.
Z.
Why?
Because it gives me the half the time, which is very important.
Okay.
Because I know
How about others?
innovation is everybody is trying for innovation, but it is able to give me minimal heat exposure and the time, which is important for me.
Absolutely. And any other answers? Anybody else?
Yeah, maybe because of the word saloon, like, so it's better we can do it home, so no need to go to saloon.
Good.
Maybe.
I mean, answer is right. Okay, so is the answer. Okay, but the underlying core thing is that the first ABC dryer is very self-centric. Self-centric means it is talking about itself. Okay, it is written by an engineer. Engineers always have this ability of explaining their features, functionalities more. They always know, or I wouldn't say always, mostly they forget about the customers. They forget about not taking customers' point of view. Whereas XYZ is from the customer's point of view. It's a customer centric. Okay. So you can also go back and review all your communication and check if it is self-centric or customer centric. Okay. So yeah, I would like to know, end with this. I hope my talk was useful in some ways. And I would actually, ask people to think global, even though you are small, even though you are actually restricted with financial capital, resources capital, infrastructure, whatever. Okay. So have a global vision from day one and start taking baby steps towards that. Okay. So nowadays, Naman, it doesn't mean that where you're from. Okay. It's about your idea. It's about execution. And have a strong belief that you can build from anywhere. And if you build from anywhere, you can be remembered everywhere. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. I must say this was a great learning session today. I think we should do, let's do so that people will remember. Let's do one small exercise on 5C framework. If you can, out of the audience, the first C, what is the first C? The first C is to clarify, which is very important. Clarity is very important. Yeah. And the next C is to contrast, and the character, and the consistency, and the courage. Thank you very much, Brother Rafiq Aslam. You have really touched on the great points of, you have given us a lot of energy to make sure that, we get global from the day one. Any questions from our audience?
Yeah.
You look very nice, Brother Rafiq.
MashaAllah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah. You are a celebrity. Yes, we have Mr. Muhammad Yusuf raised a hand. You can speak, brother.
Sir, putting into context of making the business to stand out, solving the client's problem, and giving the utmost customer support. Here I have an exercise in my company where we are venturing into services of mechanical seals, and also getting into testing and commissioning of the medium voltage switch gears. And apart from this, in order for us to evaluate the business revenues or the business turnaround based on the current market scenario, how one can evaluate the possible business volume of from the sector? Thank you.
Not sure if I understood your question, Mohammed Yusuf.
Brother Yusuf, if you can make it very simple. The first C was
Yeah.
about clarity. The first C
Yeah.
was about clarity. Make
Exactly.
your question very simple so that the experts can answer you in the right way.
Thank you, sir. I would like to draft a business plan for a new venture where the company hasn't did business before. So what are the control measures we should deploy for venturing into a new area of business? I mean, diversifying.
Okay. So the question is about making a business plan. I think he's talking about making a business statement which will reflect on the vision or the functionality of the business. So making that statement, how can we make this statement? Sir, you are mute. Rafiq sir, you are mute.
Okay. Sorry. I don't know how I got muted. Okay. So I don't think I can answer you on business plan, but what I can answer is that, okay, first and foremost, you need to do, a market research. Okay. Understand what is that lacking in the market. What is that customers or competitors are offering, and where is a gap that you want to fill in? Okay. And that gap could be very, very niche. That's okay. Okay. But if you can just hold on to the niche and expand that will be wonderful. Okay. And once you identify that niche, okay, everything should actually be aligned to that. Your communication, your everything, everything should be aligned to that. And if you don't identify any gap in the market, people are happy, there's a competition that's doing really well, you just want to enter into the market because you see an opportunity. That's also is good. Okay. But in that case, okay, there'll be some unique qualities of your company. It could be talent. It could be you could actually offer customer service. Everybody's actually offering 5-day customer service. Can you think of offering 24/7 customer service, customer call? When everybody is very strict about refund, can you offer be very friendly and offer no refund? These are some of the tactics that you can actually it could be customer service, it could be onboarding, it could be pre-sales or post-sales. When everything is generic, when everything is good, you need to identify what is a unique thing that you can actually offer to the customer so that people can remember you. Yeah, there's a question.
Yeah. Mr. Yusuf, did it answer your question? If not, you can definitely get in touch with us and we will definitely work on the business experts to get you whatever you are asking for, inshallah. One more point, maybe your technical mastery could be one of the area of expertise.
Could be.
Your technical expertise, like you have worked on certain projects in your previous experience and things like that. So that can give you additional edge of the business, inshallah.
Yeah.
Dr. Muhammad Ali, sir, you have raised your question. Please, you can go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Brother Rafiq. It was a very wonderful session. I have a question. Actually, this is relating to story building. And because as consumers, we are emotionally inclined to a brand. And Zoho and the simplicity and the frugality of Zoho actually, in my opinion, played a very big role in the story building of Zoho by itself. Just I wanted to know, because I have not done the research to understand if there is empirical evidence, but do you feel or do you see that emotional attachment to a brand, whether it could be simplicity, it could be social entrepreneurship, does this really help in building the brand for a global audience? This is my question. I hope I was clear.
Obviously, yes. See, no matter you would be, you are actually selling a technology, but end of the day, it's being used by a real human being, right? Human being always wanted to get in touch with a fellow human being who is actually approachable, who can actually listen to you, okay, who can understand your problem then, okay. So this empathy and plays a very, very important role in any business, okay. And this is what we actually try to build in Zoho also, okay. One important thing that I will share is that, okay, the Made India, Made for the World for the campaign, okay, when we launched that campaign, we were actually supposed to do a user conference. We actually did a user conference. We actually invited a lot of people. I mean, this is a little story. Let's take 2 minutes here, and this actually would be very useful for all the attendees here to actually match, to actually think how can we actually build an emotional wrapper around a technology brand. This is the crux of the story. So when we did the user conference, I did all the branding elements, design and stuff like that, except the attire for the speakers. Now until this happened in 2014. Until then, if you take any business event, all the speakers would be wearing a blazer, or maybe a technology or startup company would be actually wearing a polo t-shirt and a jeans. That's it, right? But somehow I felt that, okay, that didn't go well with the Made in India, Made for the World line. Because I felt that Sridhar Vembu, our CEO, cannot go on stage wearing a Nike t-shirt and Levi's jeans, which is the foreign brand, and say Made in India, Made for the World. There's a slight mismatch. I went to Sridhar and said, okay, Sridhar, this is not going well. And he asked me, like, what idea do you have? Okay. I asked him, okay, give me 2 days. Okay, then I came back with an idea of, okay, Lenin kurta. I designed Lenin kurta, jubba, okay, and gave it to him. And people laughed at me, okay. Even our folks laughed at me, saying that, okay, how can you actually imagine a technology company to go on stage wearing a kurta, which is a very traditional dress worn by mostly North Indians for a wedding or a family function, right? Now I said that my thesis behind it that, okay, you cannot say Made in India by wearing a Nike t-shirt or Levi's jeans. Okay, it has to be very, very authentic. So I gave it to that, and that became hugely successful. Okay, and then I sensed that, okay, this has a huge potential. Then I made thousands of kurtas and distributed out to all my sales team, and they started wearing it to all the events, trade shows and events. And when someone walked into a event, you could see all people wearing blazers and suit, dressed up, very fine. In one corner, you will find people wearing black kurta. Okay, that actually stood out, and people walked into us asking, "Who are you?" Zoho was not popular then. Okay, they walked in, and that actually became conversation. Okay, and when people started interacting, with people who were actually wearing kurta, okay, generally the communication become very, very friendly. Okay, and to answer your question, okay, people started opening up more freely. They even started asking family questions: where are you from, where did you study, and stuff like that. This became very, very conversational stuff. So to answer your question, yes, we have to be very, very emotional in terms of actually whenever your communication is. We have to keep in mind that if end of the day, if a user is human being, you have to be very, very what to say. All your communication should actually be very, very emotional and very, very target towards human being.
Thank you very much, Brother Rafiq. It was a great answer to Dr. Muhammad Ali's question. Moving forward, we have another speaker because we are moving with the timeline. Mr. Feroz Khan, you have raised your hand, but definitely put your question to us and we will definitely share it with Brother Rafiq and we will share it to you separately, inshallah. Moving forward to our next speaker, Brother Rafiq, it was wonderful having you. Thank you for your insights and the expert advice you have given us. We will remember you with your storytelling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so we have a video or we are, yes. Let's welcome for our next speaker is waiting for us to join. Mr. Muhammad Iqbal is going to be the next speaker and he is going to be talking about the technology business opportunities in the Gulf. And who is Mr. Muhammad Iqbal? He is the director of the cybersecurity, most important for all of us today. Cybersecurity is something which is happening silently, but in a big way. Cybersecurity, the company he is representing is Edwards Technologies Dubai. Welcome, Mr. Muhammad Iqbal. Thank you very much.
Sir, your voice is not audible, sir.
Yeah, all right, okay. Good evening, and it is my pleasure to be connected here with you all in this evening. So today I'll be speaking about the technology business in Gulf, especially I to explain about the way how this entrepreneurship from the business has been started, and I will walk through the presentation. I hope the presentation is visible, right?
Yes, it is coming up, I think. Still not yet. Yes, now we can see the screen. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So why it is very important to to see, there are multiple business sector where everywhere trying to establish a business within the home country or their foreign countries, etc. But when it has come to the technology, it is a little bit different than the traditional business model everyone trying to establish. So that's what I am here to give an idea how this technology business everybody is interested to establish. And the way I'm segregating that presentation is multiple areas, the selecting about the business segment, where you want to target it, and what are the models currently exist, so that which is going to fit. There are multiple models are available. Everyone has a different segments, and which model it is going to meet you, so that also we can discuss. And then what are the sectors? See, again, technology is an ocean, so where you want to dive in. Okay, and which one you want to pick up, because everyone is interested to make a profit on your business, how to make the outcome of the profit on the business. That is what I will be explaining you. And then finally, we will discuss on the key takeaways. So since I want to introduce myself, I'm here. I came to UAE in 1998. Since then I'm living here in Dubai. So I do have 25 plus of experience, especially on the cybersecurity field. So I'm also started my journey as an employee, and then moving to the entrepreneurship, and then establish my company, and then I set up my own company in UAE, and then India, back office I'm running in India, and I'm having my office in UK and USA as well. So that is what my interest and idea to share how I established, what are the areas, and then I've been gone through, and what are the pain points and all those things. So that will be giving you good idea that young entrepreneurs or the business owners currently who want to establish the business within the Gulf or expand the business in the Gulf. That's gives you the way are the icebreaker for them actually. So this is a way I segregated it in multiple groups. One area where entrepreneur or startups. So you take that area. and those who are interested to establish a business. Second, the business owners who are not in technology area. See, they might be having a non-technical area, but knowing the interest. Majority of the people, what I have seen, even my college period, people who are not in studying the technology, they move to technology because of the interest, or they seeking the market growth. So this is the second category. Third category, already I have a technology business, somewhere in India or any other country, but I want to expand into the GCC. So this is the third category. And then fourth category is interesting category where working professional, I do have 10 years of experience, 15 years of experience. Now I'm not interested working anymore with the 9-to-5 job or, not on the corporate style. I want to start my own technical business. So this is the category where I have seen so many people and keep, asking me how to convert or how to enter. Please give me the way how to enter, or tell me the way, how do I enter? How do I get my first business? How do I target my customers? How do I, to complete my project? So all those things, the working professionals are much more interested to establish the business. So this is the 4 categories where one group. Again, one more category is a very huge category, which is a business investors who are all, seeking interest on the growing technology business, and they want to invest more on that. That is a separate, so we can discuss. So I will explain for those people who are all interested how to establish the business. So why GCC? Why not anywhere else? Yes, there is world is very big, and wherever you can go and establish a business. But GCC has some unique features. People says like tax-free country. That is one where everything comes. Again, there are some corporate taxes are there, but again less corporate tax and compared to any other countries. The second, the innovation. So where we can see GCC purely on innovation driven. So you can find so many, events, technology events every year happening in terms of either cybersecurity or in terms of technology or anything relevant to those things. And then you can see in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, wherever you go, in Qatar, wherever you go, you can find a lot of exhibition where you can able to connect, multiple like-minded people to interest and seek in the business. So that is what, transforming, the technology keep transforming it, and, they are from, ready to invest, and the new technology is booming, and AI is coming, robot is coming. So whatever tested in the world, it is tested over here in GCC. So again, the biggest advantage is sitting in Middle East. It is very easy to reach a global market. Yeah. So, the way, the connectivity of the air, or the connectivity of the banking system, or, the transferring the money, the way, the cash flow, it's all very easy to sitting in the GCC market rather sitting in any other country. That is what I have seen it. So that is what we have more benefited on that as well. So GCC is focusing more on AI and automation everywhere they're interested, and they invested more on the AI part. And so many AI tech startup companies are coming. They open separate, AI innovation hub itself. They're happening. Again, automation and AI. So self-autonomous cars are being tested here, and then it is growing like anything. And you can see a lot of fintechs. Again, e-commerce market, edutech. There are more on education technologies, and then more and more growing. And they are building some smart cities, so wherever if you go, so smart cities concepts have been built. So the toll is being collected automatically, the way, the machines are being automated. So majority of things are become like, automation on the smart cities. Again, finally, cybersecurity, again, that is again booming market. So since I have been evolving since 1990, I've seen the technology, how it has grown when the cybersecurity starts and where we are in now. So that is what we can see that as well. Now, I'll come to the main point. So today, someone is interested to start my own business. So where to start, how to start? Do I need a huge money? Do I need a huge capital to invest on that? To answer is say, so it depends. If you are going to choose on the service-based model, you are not, going to invest anything huge on that apart from the establishing your trade license and etc. Again, to note here, in GCC, the trade license validity yearly basis, it has to be renewed. So that investment you have to do. So compared to any other countries, for example, once you get a trade license, the trade license is valid forever. Every year you need to file a, for example, accounts and all those things. But within the GCC, if you are taking in the trade license is valid for 1 year. It has to be renewed on yearly basis. So today, I have a knowledge to sell something. So I have a talent, or I have a group of people, we have connected together, we want to do something. So choose an area like a service-based model where you don't require that much of capital to invest, buy and sell. So if you are focusing on cybersecurity or AI consulting services or IT support services, data analytics, BI or digital marketing, those services doesn't really require any on the investments. Either you or you connect with a multiple group of team members where they can join together to establish a service-based model company. The second model is a product-based company. Okay, so the product-based company typically selling a products like either hardware or software products in the technology. So mostly software-based products people will develop in India and then they'll come here and then they'll sell it, for example. So again, combination of hardware, servers, network, or CCTV, whatever you do, you are going to do a product selling. But for that, you might require like a huge money or investment or the cash flow to buy and sell, because here the concept works on 30 days PDC, 60 days PDC, and then you need to invest before to buy a product and then give it to your customer, and then you raise your invoice, and then you will wait for 30 to 60 days to collect the money back. So this is the second segment where you can enter, depends on your interest. And then third area, purely on the subscription basis. So why this is picking up now? Because now majority are going on cloud. And then most of the things license had become like a subscription based, where you go and buy it and use it per service, either SaaS based model or either we can use it email subscription or cloud instance. Now earlier, if you want to buy one server, it will be a long process. You have to go buy a hardware, buy a server, configure it, install it. It takes it depends on 3 to 4 days, sometimes depends on the way budget you have. Now getting one server from your any cloud platform, it's a matter of 10 minutes. Or even less than that. You just go and click it, you just select your operating system, select your configuration, select everything, and just start, it will start. So subscription model is become boom, and you can use those model if you are going to use it on your business. So typically these are 3 type of business where you can think of it, whether it is going to, which is going to fit for you, because it will not fit for everything anyone. So choose accordingly. Depends on your talent, depends on the group like-minded of people, depends on the budget what you have, depends which market you want to target. Based on that, you select the particular model and then focus on that, so that will give you a good idea to expand it. It doesn't mean that I have entered service model, I should not enter in product model. Okay, you can enter, depends on, you can do all the combinations. It's all the way how do you want to grow in the market. So I just give an idea, what are the key technology sectors with opportunities, because there are multiple sectors available, but I have taken just 4 sectors to give an idea. So if you are going to focus on the AI, because now AI market is like highly demand in the Middle East. Okay, and there are so many governments and banks, all they are trying to automate their process using the AI technology. And I have seen in my eyes, so there are so many demands are there, so many RFPs are out, and then they are seeking to convert traditional methodology to the AI methodology. Okay, simple mechanism I can say, for example, one company, they are having like a procurement section, supplier management procurement section. They want use AI system to filter the the vendors based on their technical capabilities. One of the example, for example, that is what it happens. So if you are interested to develop an AI based innovation or AI driven customer experience, focus on the AI technologies development as services, definitely you can enter in AI intelligence, artificial intelligence, and the data analytics part. So if you are interested in the fintech and digital payment, so again, digital payment is also one of the extensive market in UAE, and everyone nowadays they are not carrying a cash everywhere. They are using the digital payment. So if you are interested to develop on a digital payment platform, there are very limited platform here. Again, that will be regulated by the central bank, and then you have to get necessary approvals to start your own. Okay, so since Middle East it is pushing on the cashless economy, so that will be good idea to start. There are again some crypto applications are there. Abu Dhabi market, there is ADGM is there, where they are especially focusing on these kind of crypto applications and market, and even Dubai also they are providing it. So if you are interested on the payment industry, fintech industry, that is also good. Again, cybersecurity and OT. So the people who are interested in cybersecurity and operation technology market, see, cybersecurity market maturity level is growing, but again, operation technology, we call it as IoT or OT technologies, are untapped market again. There are, nowadays, now slowly it is started for the awareness of securing OT technology because of the limitation of the OT product. And, the team, the market is now currently picking up. So if you're really interested in OT or you worked on the OT market, so you can do that as well. So in that, if you are looking for the purely at the service part, you can start your MSSP service, and then you can provide a SOC 24/7, because most of the companies, they are having the SOC on own only for office hours. Out of office hours, they are trying to outsource those SOC services. So we can do a lot of security automation and IoT and OT security in case in that area. If you are focusing on the cloud or SaaS-based model, again, so there are another big opportunities in the cloud, because most of the services are, I can say, like a companies who are like a medium companies or small and SMEs, they are focusing on the cloud areas to save the money and time and cost, because they can't have like their own hosting data centers and their servers, etc. So that is also a good idea. Either you can remotely also you can manage from other countries. It's not necessarily to be here in GCC, but you have to submit all the documents are bidding through GCC countries, but the management can be done from outside of the GCC country. So cloud and SaaS-based technology is also, if you're interested, you can do that as well. So these are all areas you can focus if you're really interested on the technology business in the GCC. So what is key takeaways? Why I need to to explain this. So Gulf is a high growth technology market. Okay, so their investment in technology is very, very high, and their interest in the technology growth is also very, very high. Yeah, and again, strong government support. So the government motivates, government provides a lot of options. They have a DFC, technology hub, internet city, so technology innovation center. So many technologies are being supported by the government entities. So each and every area you will get some kind of discount or the privileges, leverages to work on the particular technology platform. Still again, as I said, AI is growing. It's untouched market. Still it started recently within last 2-3 years. Again, it is growing very fast way. And then cybersecurity, rapidly it is also growing. IoT, OT market is also in demand. Data analytics and BI, business intelligence, data analysis is also very high in the market. So my suggestion is don't focus on the traditional people. So what I feel it, so people comes and ask me, can I do web development? Can I do app development? Or can I sell the CRM application? Can I do this Tally application? Can I do this ERP application? No, that is all traditional way. Traditional way has a lot of competition. I'm not denying that. So again, there is a requirement in the market, but you need to choose, should be unique in the market, or you should know what market demands are high. So you can't go and sell, again, one website to the customer. That is very low profile. Maybe if you talk about 10 years before, okay, website is maybe high demand in the market. Developing one mobile application, high demand in the market. But now, no way. So you should know what is high demand in the market. So if you start that area or focus on that area, really you will succeed. So that is what my, advice on this part. That's it from my side. Thank you so much for all your time today. So do let me know if any other questions. I'll be happy to answer. Hello? Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Hello, hi, Mohammed Iqbal. I would like to know. Thanks for your presentation. It's give a very, it's give a very good impression about how the technology business in Gulf market. I just want to understand what are the challenges in this market. But that only because knowing only the positive, that's one thing, one side. But what are the challenges in terms of financial?
If you are talking about challenges in the market, so
and
if
other
you
things, getting the business, getting the revenue model. Yeah, tell me.
Okay, see, there are two ways, Zahir. The challenges in the sense, what do you want to start? Are you going to start with the traditional business? If you are going to sell cybersecurity product, take example. Okay, so there are plenty of people in the market. The challenge is like, who was the preferred partner to get it? Okay, so that is
one more thing, I just want to bring it other way. Is it something like this market is more towards the branded products, let's say cyber security or AI, this technology domain? There are leading big banners like IBM, HP, and so on. So there will be a demand for those products, or it can be anybody get into that with their own product and get the business. That's what I am asking for.
Always there's a preference are given to their high-end product, like a known brands like IBM or Microsoft. Here that is what it is a preferred market here. Knowingly, either governments or banks, all because they trust more those known product. If you are going to give me my X product than the Microsoft product, obviously people will try to see Microsoft product. That is number one. Number two, always you are trying to solve the problem, then your product will be number one, because all the top brands, they come with their own strategy, their own ideology, and they try to sell their product into the particular business. If it is a business model or requirement is not fitting to that, then they are forcibly to accept the particular one, they start using it. Okay, say example, you are coming and then you say, I have this product, I built this product for you to resolve this issue. However, I can further customize it based on your requirement. Then your winning chances are higher than compared to Microsoft or IBM. So
moreover, not only the brand, it's more towards how best you are resolving their issues.
Exactly. Now you take AI model. Now every entities, they are trying to automate the system AI, correct? So when that particular system will not maybe fit with the traditional model what Microsoft, IBM brings it. So IBM has this, they are using for example, procurement, they use separate standard system. Okay, HR, they use a standard system. Performance, they use a standard system, and they enforce to use the same standard system for everyone. But we have some kind of flexibility where if you come up with the flexibility, then the chances are high. But yes, I have seen it. There are so many entities are taking the external, companies. They want to, customize and then modify, build use cases based on their day-to-day requirement. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mohammed Iqbal.
Sorry, it's again, you went to the mute mode. Yeah, please, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Iqbal.
Thanks a lot.
Wonderful. I was very much happy to see your body language. You had a lot of energy, and you were telling with a lot of passion. Actually, we see that you are ready to help, and the model you showed that you are ready to help people who want to start and come into the business of technology. Thank you very much, sir. We love to see you very soon.
Thank you, Mr.
Face to face, and also
definitely,
to work with you. For a lot of people are actually looking for the opportunities because job market is to become entrepreneurs. So we would love to take your help and assistance, and Jazakallah khair. Allah make it easy for all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for a lovely day. Thank you. Take care.
Sir, we can move on to the next
raised your hand. Yeah, Harun Rashid, you have raised your hand. We will definitely take your question if you can put it to Mr. Rafiq or the admin of this session. Yes, are we playing the video?
Yes, sir. We shall move on to the next speaker.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Engineer Ali Akbar. Mashallah. We move from cybersecurity, we move towards the real estate. And I like the topic. The topic is very interesting because it says the first word itself is very important. It is about transformation. It is about transforming. His topic is transforming dreams into reality. And we all want to transfer ourselves, transform into something which we are dreaming of. And that is the topic. So transforming dreams into reality, key, simple strategies for success as an entrepreneur. So let's welcome Engineer Ali Akbar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Siraj. Let me just start with, video. So you can see me?
Yes, sir. Hi, welcome.
Yeah.
Very much. We can see you. Right.
Just sharing the screen, the presentation. Yes, once it is visible, let me know.
It is visible. Please go ahead, sir.
1 minute, sir. Okay, thank you. So good evening and vanakkam to all of you. First, I would like to thank SIBEC for this great initiative to connect with the world and educating everyone on business and entrepreneur journey. This presentation I made for approximately 30 minutes, but I understand we have many speakers lined up today. So we'll make it for 50 minutes and then we will allow 5 minutes for the Q&A. 1 minute, let me just align my screen. Okay, so the puzzle, what you see on the screen, it highlights the difference between starting from a beginning and progressing through a guided middle path. The main purpose of my topic and presentation today is to help you not to start from the beginning with a zero level of confidence. So the webinar and knowledge to be shared here will help you to refine your focus, protect you with a safety net, and move confidently towards your ambitions. So just to introduce myself, of course, the MC also introduced about myself. I have both the professional as well as, business experience for a long time in UAE for more than 35 years and also in business more than 15 years. I chose this topic today to share the real life lessons I have learned from managing these two lives, professionals as well as entrepreneur. My intention is that this experience provides meaningful learning for a new entrepreneur as well as for the people who are already running business. The mistakes can erode not only wealth, but also time and quality of life. The more we learn how to manage risk, and stronger and more durable we become. However, it is equally important that we never allow success to lead to overconfidence. So the topic today is transforming dreams into reality, key simple strategies for success as an entrepreneur. So, like we all know that, why do you want to become a businessman or entrepreneur? Many of us aspire to become businessman or entrepreneur because the money brings power, respect, and freedom. When you want to be rich, not just for material comfort, but because the society often respects wealth. When you have financial strength, people listen more carefully to you. The opportunity opens more easily, and you can influence the people and the growth. However, the journey is not easy. Entrepreneurship involves high risk, uncertainty, and constant challenge. Hence, preparation is very, very crucial for anyone to get into this type of life. The more we educate ourselves, build skills, seek guidance, and gain the right knowledge, our chances of success is very, very high. There is a say, prepared mind take calculated risk, and calculated risk lead to success. You can see the screen, there are, three elements I have put here. There is the first one, no focus and no efforts. There are many people, they want to do something, but they do not have focus or efforts. 85%, 87% of these people, they fail. The second category, there is an effort, but no focus or preparation. This is like 12% of the people. The third one is the real winners, the efforts, they make efforts with focus. It is just 1%. So basically what happens in the market is everyone wants to be successful, businessman or a rich man. But what we do not see is the people who failed 99%. We just see only the successful people, and we assume that by we doing something, we become successful. So the efforts and focus are very, very important to be an entrepreneur as well as a businessman. So the business stages, the next slide talks about what are the different stage for an entrepreneur. So we have an idea stage, launch, then growth, and then maturity stage, and then sustaining stage. But many of us overlook the different stages of the business, assume that after the idea phase, success and maturity follows automatically. In reality, businesses go through multiple cycles, which often repeat due to market reputations, geopolitical factors, and pandemics. In large organizations, these stages often coexist in parallel because they have multiple divisions. There will be multiple stages they may be in. They are not growing or coming down in the same time. So we have to be very, very watchful if we are heading a corporate, or working in a corporate. So these are the topic today we are going to cover. Of course, I will go through, very fast. And then, of course, always, you can connect with me later so that, I can give you more guidance. But here, I'm just going to give you some hints on different subjects. Passion and doing business, this is very, very important. Without that, the person cannot get into a business. So develop a person and your vision. Okay, this is very, very important, primary for anyone to get into the business. The second one is before 45. This is, I have developed this concept before 45 and after 45 strategy based on my experience and the level, because I interact, because there are many organizations I run and I see many people of different ages. So what I have seen is 45, if you are below 45, do your business on your own with your own risk. You handle it yourself. You acquire all the knowledge required and try to manage yourself. If you are after 45, you try to get someone as a partners to you. But partnership is in business has a positive as well as negative effect. Partners in business has both, that you have to be very, very careful. They will be helping in vetting your ideas, complementing your missing skills. They may be financially very good. In finance, they may be very good. Digital management, digital, marketing, they may be very good. You may be lacking. So they may be supplementing it. Support in business for funding, but a wrong partner can severely damage the business and kill your valuable time, energy, and productive years. You will not believe, I am in 35 years in Dubai. I lost almost 10 years with 6 million, went to zero, that is minus 6 million. Then I had to spend another, 7 years to come back to zero level, then bring back to the business because of one wrong partner out of 4 people in a, marine repair business. You just imagine. So we should not make wrong decisions. We have to be very, very careful. And also, I'm telling you, a friend, a close friend, you know him for many years, it is not necessary he is good with you in the business. So the friendship is different, relatives are different, the business partner is different. So you have to be very, very careful when you are getting into a partnership in a business. The second topic is gathering knowledge. Okay. Embrace continuous learning, which is very, very important. It is not that you just stop. Understand the business deeper. Whatever business you are going to do, understand the business deeper, environment and competition. Which environment you are going to, do your business, and what are your competitions. Build a network. That is very, very important because that will support you, guide you. The knowledge on business finance is very, very critical. You cannot be depending on total 100% on an external party or an external person or your friend who's supporting on finance. You should have a basic financial knowledge. The last one is knowledge on how to use AI, digital technology is important. It is not necessary that you have to be master in those knowledge, but at least you should understand what your vendor is talking to you. So this basic knowledge at least is very, very important for you. There are a few business ideas, how to select a business idea. I have given, based on some input I have received so far, I have gathered some information. Your idea of a business should be unique concept and less or zero competition. It should be unique, when, people should not, I always say that when you are talking to a person about your business, the person should not understand. Only your customer should understand what you are doing. So that is a business. Very innovative, time durable, cannot be copied quickly, deeply scientific and highly engineering. So people will not come close to you, and you are the great winner, and you have a strategic edge. Wider application and customer base fits to the capex budget and quick ROI. You should get your money back as quickly as possible. Should be doable and manageable by you. You cannot just. We are not like Tesla. Elon Musk doing something very, very. That type of people are 1 in billions. So think something which is doable. So there are, the business, other options of the business, how to select an idea. Really look at a failed business. You see, there are sometimes what happens is you bring a new technology or a concept, but the infrastructure in a particular location or the idea is very, very advanced. So people, they don't understand, so the business fails. As an example, Web1 online grocery, which started in 1999, it failed. Then same concept launched as Instacart in 2012, it succeeded. So like an example. The second one is iteration of an existing idea and business. Already that idea is there, and then improve that idea, come out with a new concept. Example, taxi to Uber, then DVD rental to Netflix. The third one is another strategy is 10x something. Make something which is 10 times faster you can service your customer. Amazon, delivery system they brought in, Google search, and Tesla, which, there are many people, they failed initially with the electric car, and they come out with a new and very, innovative concept. They have succeeded. And the fourth one is, great business with poor customer service. There are existing corporates, even you send email, they don't respond to you. It may take 2-3 days. At the meantime, you buy from them and you sell their product as a secondary seller in the market and give a fantastic service, you win. Again, telecom companies, utility companies, these are all monopoly companies, they are very poor in their service, but you provide a secondary service of same thing and you may take care of the customer, you win. So these are the few, examples of how you select your business idea. It's just a slide shows how much money has been invested in different sectors, fintech, then Web3, e-commerce, mobility by the Middle East investor. This will understand what are the sectors, the investors are focusing on you. Then feasibility and funding, have a strong strategical, plan. Of course, consult with mentors and also with financial consultant and make a strategical plan properly. Ensure that the financial focus is accurate. Of course, again, use your friends and then mentors, and then, take a guidance and verify them. And then verify the data. Use mentors again. See whatever business you are doing, go to the similar business, try to gather information, ensure that the data what you have is real and it is, giving a value. Then the fifth subject is deep dive and dedication. You have to really work hard. Of course, smart is also important, but in a business, it's, you have to work hard. Most of the business are very hardworking. It may take your toll, of course. So hard work and stay resilient. It is very, very important because the market may test you at many situations. Be adaptable. Whatever be the situation, don't, die down. Don't kill yourself. Be adaptable. Okay, this is a situation common for anyone. It may be more for me or less for me. Let me take it. Okay, so that's the way a businessman should be. Keep adding value to the customers. Always, ensure that you add value better than your competitor. Then the sixth subject is sales and marketing. Leverage technology, very, very important. As I mentioned to you earlier, even develop new solution to a problem, deliver quality, stay customer centric, invest in right resources. Invest in right human resources is very, very important topic. I just want to go a little deeper in this. Never go cheap labors, or staff. Invest, instead of recruiting, there are 10 people at a very low salary who cannot perform or who cannot be innovative. Invest in 2%, with a high salary who can really add value and grow your business. Really, they can bring value to your business. So invest in right, human resources. This is very, very important. There are many successful people, they talk about this subject. And so should not be very cheap unless, you are running a very basic business, maybe a cleaning business business, or like a facilities management or a gardening business where the innovation is not required. Of course, even though in the modern age stages it is required, but I'm just giving an example. So always invest in right resources. Then the sound subject is approach to entrepreneurship. See, I want to just, may not be, you would have not heard this. There are 3 ways you can approach your entrepreneurship or business life. Join and develop your family business. If there is an already existing business, accept it. Whatever, maybe a laundry business or a butcher business or a chicken business or very advanced technological business, join and try to develop that business with required knowledge you have to gain and then get into the business. The second approach is work for a company, develop the skill, start your own. See, there are 82% of the sales managers succeeds in their life because they know the product, they know the market, and they know how to sell, and they know the competitors in that market. So 82% of the salesmen, they win because of, they already gained whatever is required for starting a business. So this is the second approach. The third approach is we don't want to take a very hard approach, but I'm being in the corporate side, worked in multinational companies. I see there is a lot of, persons, they studied in top management schools like IIM, and then in America or Europe, they come at a very senior level in a corporate company, and they gain fantastic knowledge, and they work globally, between countries, between, companies to company. And then after some time, they start their own business, a global business, or they stay in that business with the MNC and gain millions and crores as their income. So these are the 3 aspects. But the third one, normally, it's a very difficult, and you have to really study, go for an entrance exam, or invest, going to America or Europe to do this education. But please do it. Because whatever money you spend, maybe 1 crore, 2 crore, sell your property, tell your parents if you are capable, if they have confidence in you, ask them to sell the property, go and study at a very high universities abroad or in India, IIM, and get into a MNC and grow your business idea or whatever way, your professional life. This is very, very important. See, sometimes, yes, sir?
My apology for, sir, we have 5 more minutes, sir.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much. I'll finish. Yeah, it's quick. So this is an example. Sometimes, we gain our wealth from our parents. So that wealth, we may not value them. This is an example. I was in Chakan, which is the industrial area in Maharashtra. There is a lady during a rain. I was just going in my car, just seeing that, she was picking something from the roadside. What she was doing, I just stopped the vehicle, then I went there and then looked at it. She was just collecting from the roadsides all these bowls and nets, which, of course, they came out from the vehicle, trucks moves out. And she picks it, she sells it to maybe to a scrap agent and maybe getting a 200 or 300 rupees per day. These 2 kids are on the side. I just developed this, the image from the AI, just telling that you create me an image for it. You just imagine for that money, 200, how much time and effort that lady is spending. So the money, whatever we have, whether it is from the parents or our own earned money, we have to value them as a precious money. It is not that we just try and lose our money. So this is an example I just wanted to highlight here. Then the risk management and succession plan is very, very important. I go very quickly here. Learn from the mistake, learn from experts on how to manage your risk. Think of unexpected risk, like, of course, pandemic and war. Watchful on government rules and changes. Sometimes we may do something or give a quotations. Later things will change. Ensure that your quotation covers this. And market is with many, many fake people. Even in Dubai embassy, there are more than 3,000, faked people, businesses in UAE. They have cheated the people in India. Similarly, on the other way also. So you have to be very careful. Use the platform like SIBEC or any known people to visit them, or you visit your customer. Ensure that he is real. Ensure that you have a clear record of the bank guarantees. When you issue a bank guarantee in big organizations or guarantee checks, make sure that you have a clear record of it. Sometime after 5 years, 10 years, or after something happens to you, your kids may not know that. A succession plan, have a nest lineup for your business, and be bold to exit if your business is not doing good, and then you can restart it. This is very, very important. Then circle of influence, everyone knows there are things under our control, there are things not under our control. Ensure that you focus more on things under your control. And these are the odd tips. Maybe I can, share later. Okay, avoid Gmails. Make a proper, ID for you, and then also never communicate with single person in another side. Ensure that you have a multiple person receiving your email. And in the meantime, you also share multiple person, and then check the buyer, through some known contacts. That's very important. Never assume that the reference from a reputed person is real. Always check yourself. Work on a trade if you are directly connected to the buyer or the seller. Think why the customer should be with you or coming to you. Ensure that they are genuine. No rush to do business. Careful with the trading of big commodities, because you may lose if something wrong move is done. Dress well and smell good is very, very important. Job in remote location. This is leave it that just out of subject. Handle difficult situation with calm mind. That is also very important for a business person. So this story, I will just leave it. The concept of this one is always try to gain, be humble, whether it is parents or anyone, try to gather information. Never ignore that someone, like I know everything. No, we should not be having that approach. If you want to be successful in life, whatever be the situation, learn, start from home, learn from the elders, whatever opportunity, make the others comfortable for them to share knowledge with you. That is the concept of this slide. Then of course, these all guys, they are all self-made millionaires. We all know. We also want you to be like that in the future. And these are the books. If you want to take a screenshot as a businessman or want to start an entrepreneur, you please read these books. This will give you a lot of information on your preparation. And of course, this is the last slide. Preparation, energy, focus, and continuous efforts are very important. I wish you all great success in life. May the Almighty make a great leader from you all. Amen.
MashaAllah. Thank you very much, Brother Ali Akbar Saab. I think you did not leave any stone unturned. You have covered from zero to hero. MashaAllah. Excellent, sir. Excellent. You have 360-degree package you gave us. Excellent. I would say in retail, it is total experience. You gave a total experience to us. Thank you very much. Any questions? Because we are running out of time. So we will take one question if it is there. Else we move to our next speaker.
Yeah. Or you can always contact me. I have, you can, get the number from Rafiq Saab or our MC today, and then I'll be very happy to get you. And if you need any, business vetting here, of course, I can also help you out. Of course, I'm not going to charge you anything. I'm not promoting my business. It is purely for our community.
Excellent. Excellent. No charge involved. No risk involved here. Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's move our program towards the next level, which is going to be our speaker. Thank you, sir. Ali Akbar Saab, thank you very much. Inshallah, we'll be connecting very soon for further things, inshallah. I think we have the video to be played. Let's go on. So let's go on. We have our next speaker, Mr. Sargunam. Sargunam is the president of Walmart Group. Sir is going to be talking about business growth in US to UAE. In US or in US, I don't know.
Yeah, it
Please
is
clarify.
US to, yeah.
In us, right?
It is US to UAE.
Okay. Business growth in US to UAE. So it's coming to UAE. Let's hear from him. Over to you, Mr. Sargunan.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, all. Greetings from Texas, United States. And it is very happy moment to connect with you and share my experience about the business growth in UAE. Okay, so let me discuss much more detail about the energy sectors. So it basically, I'm Sargunam. I'm from Walmart Group. Okay, I have started this group, Walmart, in 2014 when I was working in a wall distribution company called B&D Tail Valves. So I have an entrepreneurial spirit to grow the business actually. So I was not trained, but I was an experienced by a good sales guy actually. So I started my journey in Oman, Sultanate of Oman, after my graduation of engineering degrees. Then I moved to Oman, where my father was working there. So as a student, I don't know how to choose my work, jobs and opportunities. So I got a trading company in Oman. I got an experience in valves industries and various industries. Then after having an experience in various industries in Oman, I moved to UAE for the better opportunities because Oman is a very small country, but I want to grow in my entrepreneurial spirit. So I was started my career. I was starting this business at the age of 32. At the age of 32, I was thinking just like a blind. I was started this only one faith. I have it in my mind. This UAE country can flourish the new entrepreneurship actually. So being a very positive mindset, and I started my operations, so Walmart trading in Ajman Free Zone in 2014. So when I started this 2014, we was having a very simple startup actually, and even my dining table was my office in during that time. So the passions is driven, and my business is expand in different areas, not only in valves, and we started the first business is the selling a forklift and Jotan paints to Ghana. So that is was the first thing, and the entrepreneurships what I gained in the market. Within a span of 1 or 2 months, I got my 1 year salary in the company that I invested again into the business, and we slowly expand our business in various level. So in 2016, we started our operation in India because as a single man, I was started the operation and move forward, and I need somebody to take care of the business. So I started yeah, uh, a company in India and employ 3 peoples and train them and motivate them. And again, we have expanded in 2017 in Dubai. Why we moved from Ajman to Dubai? Because that there is a Dubai is uh, Dubai is a business hub, and you can all expand your business in this region. So 2017, we opened in Dubai and Oman office. So these two countries really helped me to grow successfully in the business, and there is a good flow of stable income in my business and all these activities. So along with that, 2020, we have started our operation in Abu Dhabi, to serve the ADNOC group of companies. And we started in Nigeria. Then 2021, we expand to Malaysia. Then 2023, I have started in US, and now in 2026 we have started in China. Why I'm sharing this experience, it is all start with a small positive thoughts and a growing concern to develop the field actually. So going forward about the introduction to UAE to US oil and gas partnerships, UAE has a robust energy alliance, and the partnership drives around 38 billion in 2025. And there is collaboration span investment in technology, and the various growth is there. Oil and gas is the UAE economic backbone, and UAE alone is contribute 30% of GDP of the oil growth. UAE growth, US technologies and expertise fuel sectors expansion is there actually always. So opportunities are in various sectors in energy sectors. One is in upstream, LNG, and more into digital oil field nowadays. So the growth driven by innovation and cross-border investment is there in this field. So coming to the trade and investment dynamics, so robust bilateral trade projected to reach 39 billion US dollars in 2025. And technologies and services or exchanges. There is UAE leverage US expertise in oil field services and advanced technology, and strategic investment flows. UAE investment in US total about 440 billion. And major US oil and gas companies actively operated in the UAE markets. So coming to the next slide, UAE oil and gas market highlights. There is a vast oil reserves in UAE. UAE holds over 100 billion barrels in proven resources. So there is a lot of opportunities in oil and gas sectors, especially in EPCs or even in the trading of an equipments. There is a huge opportunities are there, and robust daily productions. And UAE has a daily productions of 3.2 billion barrels each day. And moving forward, that OPEC, UAE is recently away from OPEC, so they can increase their oil and gas production activities, and they can sell to the market. So economic powerhouse is oil and gas drives 30% of UAE GDPs. Moving to the next slides about ADNOC ambitious expansions, scaling up productions. So ADNOC aims for 5 billion barrel day per day output by 2030. So massive investment drive is coming into the UAE economy. There is commitment of 150 billion to fuel sector-wide growth actually. Innovation across various sectors like expansions into LNGs, hydrogens, and digital oil fields in the oil and gas sectors. And what are the emerging business opportunities we can see? There is a lot of opportunities areas in upstreams. There is a lot of expansions programs and investment in various countries. They are investing in UAE's wells, LNG and petrochemicals, market growth and technology. And there is an AI and digital oil fields. This is very actively if they're actively participating there, and the UAE also actively investing in the energy sector in US, efficiency and innovations. Then hydrogen is very actively there, and carbon capture also it is there. So it is all the sustainable future trends moving in the business opportunities. Moving to the next slide, strategic importance and challenges. UAE as a reliable energy partner. So nowadays the world is seeing as a UAE as a reliable energy partners. Consistent oil supply support global market stability. Major influence on international energy pricing. So nowadays there is a major influence is there in the when it comes to out of OPEC. and securing energy futures. Strategic investment enhance energy sectors for US and global partners, navigating global challenges, adapting to the new geopolitical shifts and market volatility, embracing energy transition with focus on hydrogen and carbon captures. So, what is the key takeaway for the investment? Whatever you invest in UAE oil and gas sector, especially in starting a trading companies or in a small EPC contractors, you will have your own shares in the market. And robust energy of UAE to US Energy Alliance is around 39 billion. It is already done. And UAE oil reserves exceeds 100 billion barrels. Investment and technology synergy, ARNOC 150 billion investment target sector expansion is there. And UAE is having actively, the ARNOC is calling all the entrepreneurs to take a business lead in ICB programs, in-country value programs. And US technologies like UAE oil field services and digital transformation is very important. It's playing an important role in energy sector. And future focused opportunities is growth in LNG. So, UAE is much more focusing in on growth in LNG phase, hydrogen and AI driven fields. Collaborative innovations for sustainable energy solutions. So that's all about my presentations. For any business contacts and ideas, feel free to contact me or to the chamber. Thank you. If there is any questions, please let me know. Hello? Yes, sir. Yeah, if there is any questions, you can ask me.
Yes, Sira sir.
I was on mute. They did not allow me to speak. So I'm sorry for this. I was on mute. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Sarganam. My question, before anybody raised the question, my question, because you gave a lot of technical details and, oil and it was going very high for me personally, myself.
Yeah.
So my question is CTA, call to action. As an individual, as a small person, having no knowledge about oil and gas, what is call to action for me?
Okay, so the oil and gas sector is a very vast sector actually. You can start anything in oil and gas sector. Something I have chosen a field like something like a trading of energy products line, like oil field equipment supplies. That is my core idea. So you have to you have to be in the field actually. Suppose if you want to be start up a company in this area, so you have to be someone has to be trained into that particular fields. So my specialty is into the selling of valves, and now Walmart is turning into a manufacturing of valves. So this take almost 20 years of experience and move forward. So you have to be a hands-on experience before you start the business in oil and gas sectors.
Okay, so is there any training program? Where can I take the learning?
Okay, so there is there is a lot of opportunity. So this business has to connect with the local communities, and here I am actively participating with the local community like, University of Houston's and all these programs, you have to be connected. It is like an higher end product line, you cannot sell just like that. You have to know the products actually. So, but you have to choose your field, which area you want to be in that. So I have chosen a field of selling of an equipments. Now I am trying to be an EPC contractors. So it is various level actually. So,
Thank you
but
very much.
yeah, if
Yeah,
you need any help, I'll be happy to assist you.
thank you, sir. Let's take the question from Mr. Feroz Khan. You have raised your hand.
Thank you, Sarganam sir. It was very good introduction. To answer Mr. Mohammed Siraj sir's question about oil and gas, if time permits, you please join us. Okay, sir. Tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon.
He is the speaker on tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Thank you,
you.
brother.
I will be the moderator. Don't worry. So I will be the driver to take it. Thank you, Mr. Sargunam sir, for your wonderful technical session, and wish you all the best, all the way from Texas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Let's move to our next wonderful person, which is our Dr. Shahul. He is going to be there. Dr. Shahul is very dear to us because he is Vice President, SIBEC Riyadh chapter. So it is an honor to have Dr. Shahul with us, representing one of the pillar from SIBEC Saudi Arabia's three chapters, which we have Dammam, Riyadh, and Jeddah. He is representing our Riyadh chapter, and he is going to be speaking about the technology and the innovation, which is going to be very much important in our Vision 2030 for Saudi Arabia, as well as his topic is the Gulf in transition from oil wealth to global innovation hub. Dr. Shahul Hamid is a PhD holder, and he is currently the general manager for CTC Limited, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as I said, he is also vice president, Riyadh chapter for SIBEC. Dr. Shahul.
Thank you very much, Rajbhai. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, brother. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening to you all. It's very happy to see that after 2.5, 3 hours, so 67 people are listening to us. It's really encouraging us to speak in this dais. And as he mentioned, my topic is Gulf in transition from oil wealth to global innovation hub. It is privileged to address this topic as the current scenario. If you look at that, for decades, Gulf was known for one defining strength, that is oil. It powered our economies, funded our infrastructure. 1 second, shall I have one slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can anyone see the slide? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
We can see.
Can see the slide. Okay. So this slide is with the AI help, it's a comprehensive slide which I made it. So as I mentioned earlier, for decades, Gulf was known for defining its strength as an oil. It powered our economies, funded our infrastructure, and placed our nation's family on the global map. But today, Gulf story is evolving rapidly, deliberately, and with remarkable ambition. Across the Gulf Council, GCC, from the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Oman, we are witnessing one of the most significant economic transformation of our time, if you look into the scenario very deeply. It's a shared vision, but the regional momentum. Each GCC country, each GCC nation has its own growth strategy, yet all share a common one direction. In Saudi Arabia is concerned, if you can see the slide, it's the Vision 2030, it's reshaping Saudi Arabia as an economic foundation. And we at UAE 2031 is driving diversification and global competitiveness. Qatar National Vision 2030 focus on human, social, and economic development. Oman Vision 2040 emphasizes sustainability and diversification. Kuwait 2035 aims to transform the country into financial and trade hub. Bahrain Economic Vision 2030 prioritize private sector growth and sustainability. Do you think these are the isolated efforts? No. These are not isolated efforts. They represent a collective regional shift toward a future defined by resilience, innovation, and global integration. The next one point, which is very much highlighting to us, is the hydrocarbons to high value economies. The Gulf economies are being fundamentally restructured, where oil is dominated in their GDP. Today, we see the rapid growth in, as you can see in the slide, financial services and fintech, tourism and hospitality, logistics and global trade, manufacturing and industrial innovation, digital and creative economies. Countries like UAE and Bahrain have already made significant progress, while Saudi Arabia is scaling diversification at unprecedented speed. This is not about abandoning the oil. This is about the outgrowing dependence on it. The next one, if you see from my point of view, what innovation as a driving force. So they change their current present oil economy to the innovation as the driving force. The Gulf, across the region, governments and private sectors are investing in artificial intelligence, renewable energy and clean energy, smart cities and urban technology, space exploration and advanced research. As rightly said by Mr. Muhammad Iqbal and Mr. Sargunam, the Gulf is moving towards the innovation and it's a new technology hub. Many transformational projects in Saudi Arabia, along with the innovation ecosystem in Dubai, Doha, Manama, and other Gulf states, are redefining what the Gulf represents at the global stage. Innovation is no longer a sector. It is a national strategy right now for GCC countries. Next, one point which I wanted to make, that most of the people already highlighted that one, a global hub in making. Geography always been one of Gulf's greatest advantage. Today, that advantage is being amplified. GCC at the, as you all know, that GCC at the crossroads of Europe, Africa, and Asia, positioning as a natural hub for trade and logistics, aviation connectivity, investment flows, digital infrastructure. Major port, airlines, and free zones are enabling the region function as a global gateway for commerce and ideas. The next one, if you see that one, here in Gulf, you might have seen that a lot of new startup are evolving like anything. The entrepreneurship and the rise of new economy, another defining shift in the GCC sector. Across GCC, right now, We are witnessing rapid growth in startups, expanding venture capital ecosystems, increased support of SMEs. In fact, government are enabling innovation through regulatory reforms, access to funding, and digital infrastructure. The marks a transition from state-led growth to a private sector dynamism. It's a major shift which I am seeing here. The valuable one, the reason behind why we all are here, the next one will be the human capital, the foundation for the future. Economic transformation is ultimately about the people. The GCC investing heavily in education and skill development, research institutions and universities. Nowadays, we are seeing a lot of research universities in and out of GCC, and the talent attraction and retention. The young, ambitious population combined with the global expertise is creating a powerful engine for innovation. Because in the future economy, the most valuable resource is not oil, it's a knowledge. The Gulf is moving in the right direction as far as my part is concerned. The next one is the sustainability and energy transition. Gulf is uniquely positioned in the global energy transition. While remaining key energy supplier, the region is also investing in solar and wind energy, hydrogen production, carbon capture, and sustainability technologies. The dual role allows Gulf lead in today's energy market while shaping tomorrow's. Do you think, are they not facing any challenges to achieve this one? Of course, there are so many challenges in and out of GCC, but still, with the great leadership and workforce transformation and a competitive innovation landscape, they are with the natural of these opportunities, they are overcoming all these scenarios very well. But with the right policies and partnerships and persistence, the Gulf can emerge not just as a participant, but leader in global economy. If you can see this slide, there are few things in the left-hand side and so many things on the right-hand side. Let me just tell you the little detail about this slide. The Gulf is undergoing profound reinvention. From oil dependency to economic diversity, from resource extraction to knowledge creation, from regional influence to global leadership. This is more than a transition. It is a transformation identity. Let me just conclude with a few collective points. The Gulf journey from oil wealth to global innovation hub is no longer a vision. It is a reality in motion. Across the GCC, nations are not waiting for future. They are building it. And in doing so, they are reshaping not only their own destinies, but the future of the global economy. Again, this is more than a transition. It is a transformation of identity. Thank you. Over to the desk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shahul. Mashallah, you have given us the complete picture of how Gulf is evolving, and in the process of evolving, it is transformation happening step by step. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Dr. Shahul. Any questions to Dr. Shahul on this topic? Any questions? We will, if not, we will go to our next speaker, which is going to be the most important one because he is the last speaker of the day. Yeah, last speaker of the day is ready. If no questions for Dr. Shahul. All right, thank you. I think we are exhausted as such with too many speeches, so no questions. Dr. Shahul, thank you very much for your insightful speaking on the topic of innovation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, let's see the video before we move to our next speaker, Mr. Gauri Shankar. Moving forward to our next speaker is very important topic. I see it is relevant for all of us if we really want to make it to the next level, because the topic is AI, artificial intelligence for business professionals. Today, it is like we need to start breathing with AI. If not, we will be suffocated. So do we want to be like a fish out of the pond, or we want to be enjoying the everyday life of the future coming to us? Let's welcome Dr. Mr. Gauri Shankar Sivabala. He is the founder of AI Quantum International Hub, United Arab Emirates. Mr. Gauri, over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mohammed Siraj, for that introduction. And good evening, Vanakkam, Maharaba, to people from across the globe. Nice to be connecting and nice to see many known faces, Mr. Ali Akbar, Dr. Shahul Hamid. Nice to see all of you again. I know it's a very difficult session to handle. There are two difficult sessions in any event. One is a session that happens after lunch, and then the last session, because we are all, kind of waiting to move out, or some of them might be really hungry. They want to get to dinner. If any of you want to have your dinner, since your cam is already turned off, please go on, right? I don't want to stop you from doing that. But at the same time, ingest knowledge as much as you ingest food. I'm going to share my screen. Let's get quickly into this because I have 20 minutes at hand, and I'll try to see if I can wind up ahead of that. Just give me a second, sharing my screen. All right. Hope you can see my screen. I'm just going full screen now.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Right. Thank you. Once again, thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for that introduction. I also run two other ventures, which is called Space NXT Labs. I'm an aerospace engineer turned AI consultant and AI founder as well. I also research in the domain of artificial intelligence. I noticed that you mistakenly called me doctor, but that will become true next year, most probably. I'm in my final year of my doctoral research as well. When I started with AI, let's say this was more than 2 years ago, normally I used to introduce what is artificial intelligence, what is machine learning, what is NLP, all these concepts. But today's audience, you already know AI and you have already started utilizing AI knowingly or unknowingly. So I'm not going to delve into basic questions, but let's look at what is the reality today. And I'm going to keep this session interactive, which means that if you are viewing this session on your laptop screens, then you might also have to use your mobile phones for what is going to come up next. So please keep your phones ready and make sure it is connected to the internet. Those of you who are using only your laptop or one device, you can actually go into Google Chrome and open up the link that I'm going to provide you. You can minimize the screen because you can still hear me, but I want you to actively participate in this session. I know it is the last session, but let's try to collect all that energy that you have left. I'm going to make sure that you use it efficiently today. So AI is moving from experimentation to core business capability. We are looking at that in all our business, all the value chain within the business. UAE is positioning AI as national growth priority. Although you would have seen the previous speakers are from different domains, almost all of them touched on the artificial intelligence subject and the kind of emphasis that UAE and Gulf is paying to AI. Government strategy is focused on smarter services, stronger productivity, and economic value. I'll show you some case studies. Businesses that adopt AI early will move faster than those that wait, right? So the more you wait, you're going to lose out on the competition because your competitor has already integrated an element of AI within his business, within his or her business. The question is no longer whether AI will matter, but how quickly it will reshape work. That's the million-dollar question. How quickly are we going to integrate? Are we going to reshape the way we work? Now, here on your screen, you can see a QR code, and you can also see a website and a ID, a number that is displayed there. You can access the web link using both the methods. If you have a mobile phone in your hand, please scan the QR code and enter into that link. If you do not have a QR facility, just go to your browser, type menti.com, menti.com, and then as soon as you enter Menti, it will ask you to enter the 8-digit code. The 8-digit code is displayed on the top of the screen, as well as on the right side, 4963-4339. Right? So you can see, I can already see people have joined. I want all of you to join because this is very important for me. And this is important for the kind of research work that I'm into, trying to study how AI is being implemented. Now, question is very simple. You have to enter into your screen what are the AI tools that you use at work. It can also be basic ChatGPT, right? So we all use different types of tools. It can be ChatGPT, you're using Gemini, Nano Banana, Claude. You're using basic generative AI tools, or you're using advanced tools. You might be using anything to integrate your CRM, or you might have used some AI within your ERP. Any tool that you can think of that is being used either by you or by your colleagues at work, please enter that. And you can see the result on the screen because today I want you also to go with the knowledge of what this room has done in terms of AI implementation. I think we are 50+ audience, right? So you will know what the other colleagues or peers in this room are actually using at the moment, right? So that's so we only have 3 or 4 entries. Keep adding your entries. So I can see Gemini, I can see Google. Within Google, it's primarily Gemini, which is going to be the Gen AI tool, and within that you can you can use Notebook LM, you can use Nano Banana, depending upon what kind of function AI is helping you out. I can see ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, DeepSeek, Perplexity, right? So all those are good, but see, last year 2025 was the year of generative AI. So we were looking at so many Gen AI tools that you are right now listing on the screen, but this year is the year of agentic AI, which means that your business should be already transforming to agentic AI. If you're only at the Gen AI stage, then that is not enough, right? I will tell you what is the basic difference between Gen AI and agentic AI. Although this crowd might be a mixed crowd, some of you might actually know what it is. Most of you might not be using it, right? So I will tell you, but before I tell you, I want you to look at these case studies that I have shown you. I'll be happy to share this presentation in case any of you want to go through this. In fact, the Menti code also takes you to my presentation. Nevertheless, I will share this if you want to go through these case studies. You can see, if you call any bank in the UAE, I'm pretty sure it's the same case in Saudi, Qatar, other parts of Gulf, and other developed nations as well. If you call any bank today, it is very difficult to talk to a human agent. Most probably, it's an AI agent that is answering you. If you have to talk to a human agent, you will have to spend more time or you will have to spend more money on arriving at a human agent. So human agents have become very expensive today because AI agents are available at a cheaper cost. So you can see within banks, AI is already integrated. Even if you go to the bank's customer portal, you have an AI agent that is helping you out even in creating your complaint. And you can see Etisalat. Etisalat is a very large telecom service provider in the UAE. They already have AI support and they are working on AI agents. You have finance operations using AI RPA. You have AI governance, which is led by CAIOs, which means Chief AI Officers. In larger businesses, this is becoming a very important role today. It's called a Chief AI Officer. Just like a Chief Executive Officer, Chief Operation Officer, we have CAIOs working in larger firms today. So you can see even for operations, they use co-pilots. Co-pilots are similar to any Gen AI that you're using. It can be ChatGPT, it can be Claude, it can be your Gemini, whatever it is. And I promised you, I'll tell you the difference between Gen AI and agentic AI. Very simple difference. If you go to an AI tool and if you ask something and if it generates content for you, it can be a text content, it can be image, it can be content, it can be a code, or it can be music, right? So today AI creates or generates new content. Anything that generates new content is Gen AI. Now, between AI chatbots and AI agents, the biggest difference is that if you go to ChatGPT and if you ask ChatGPT to plan a travel for you, right? So let's say you're planning to go to a trip to the UK and you want ChatGPT to create an itinerary for you, it will actually do that, right? So that is basically an AI chatbot or an LLM that is helping you out. Now, if you go to the agent and ask it to perform the same action, what it can do is that, provided you have given permissions to it, it will go ahead and it will book the flight for you. It will go ahead and it will book the hotel for you. So there is certain level of autonomy at which agentic AI tools operate. Whereas a ChatGPT just generates content and gives it to you so that you can take decision on top of it. Whereas an agentic AI will already take the decision for you based on your behavior, and then it will give you the final tickets, right, for you to travel. So it is actually solving many problems in just one single step. So Gen AI just gives you an output. Agentic AI takes decision on your behalf. Next time someone asks you what is the difference between Gen AI, agentic AI, you should be able to say this clear difference. Now coming to tools, because I'm pretty sure most of you wanted to understand about tools. 20 minutes is not enough for me to show tools. Every tool that you see here, I can take a session for 1 hour minimum. ChatGPT itself, we can do up to 16 hours, right? That's the kind of training programs that I normally provide. So you can see here for every purpose within work and even your personal day-to-day activity, you can use AI. You can see there are so many chatbots, image creation tool. Today we saw so many of them using Nano Banana, using Gemini to create their images, right? So we have started using AI to create presentations, to create images, to create text, to create emails, right? Everything. And you can see in a single snapshot, I have compiled all the tools that are available in today's market. But I can assure you within the next 3 months, this list will be entirely different because that is the pace at which AI is growing today. Let us go back to question. I want you to interact. I can see 16 people have joined into this particular link, the Menti link. So those who have not joined, please go to menti.com and type in the code 49634339. Do you think your work can be replaced by AI? I have asked so many questions in my training sessions, workshops, webinars, seminars. I have asked many different type of questions, and so many questions are outdated today. I don't ask them anymore, right? I don't go and ask people, do you use AI? Because that has become outdated. 90% of them would say yes. But this still remains a big question. Not many of us know whether this is true or not. So you can see even today, there is an equal combination of yes and no, right? That confusion still exists. And this is going to keep changing. As I go into my next slides, your trust on AI systems is going to become better. And in certain cases, your trust might also reduce because of what AI can do, because AI has both negative and positive, right? This is just for your reflection. Even in a very short sample size today, we can see people who just say yes and no and maybe, right? And all of them are true. It depends upon how you are using, how you are tackling AI within your business. Now, once you know the tool that you're going to use, and then once you have the budget to buy or procure these tools, the next step will be integration. And integration is not very easy. I just want to show that in a slide. And I should be thankful of Gemini because it basically created this for me. Right, this entire presentation, I did some research, I gave some input, and I was able to generate this complete slide using Nano Banana on Gemini. You can also try using it, right? So first of all, within your business, you need to identify high impact use cases. Only for those, you will be using AI as a replacement, right? You're not going to just add AI to every vertical of your business. You're only going to analyze the ones that are important and that are weak at the moment. Assess the data readiness. When I go to a lot of corporates for data transformation, I see that they are not even collecting good data in the first place. If you're not collecting data within your organization, AI cannot do anything, right? So assessing data readiness is very important. Redesign the process by which data enters the system and gets out of the system. Set governance and risk controls. It is very important for you to have accountability, for you to have governance and policy around AI. I'll just quickly give you a case that happened recently. A very large automobile firm was tricked into selling a car for $1 by using the AI chatbot that is available on their website. This is a very large car company, right? So some of you might be owning a car from this company. So since AI made this decision of selling a car for $1, my question is very simple. Who is responsible for this? Is it the person who created the AI chatbot? Is it the person who developed the website? Is it the IT team? Is it the digital transformation team? Is it the manager, or is it the C-suite of the company themselves? Who is responsible? So when such big problems happen, people will start pointing hands at each other, but their governance document doesn't say who is responsible for what because they don't have a governance in the first place. So these are all gaps. Run a pilot and measure the results. When you plan to procure an AI tool, you should have 2 or 3 options. Run pilots for each of these and then select the best option for you. Scale and upskill your team. Make sure that your team is upskilled and skilled on the use of AI tools and data analysis, right? So what I'm saying here is that there are so many human elements in this entire flowchart. This entire flowchart cannot depend on AI, which means that you are still important in your business, provided you're more intelligent than AI systems, right? So let's look at the next slide. So we are coming to the last slide. This is nearly the last slide because I just wanted you to understand what is AI, what is an AI system, how much of that are we using today, what is essentially the steps involved in AI integration within your business. And coming to this final question, which part of the AI integration curve do you belong to? Right? So you can, those who are not on Menti, go to menti.com, type 4963439. You will be able to see this slide. Just answer the question, whether you are an advanced user, you're starting to use, moderate, my work doesn't require AI. So I slowly see that my work doesn't require AI, mostly doesn't have any kind of audience affirmation on that, right? Because slowly everyone knows that even using a mobile phone means that you're using AI. So you can't actually function without using AI. And I can also see most rooms I'm present, the majority are people who are starting to learn, right? It is very important that you start to learn. It's very important that you took the step of learning and also attending sessions like this. And then slowly you will go to your matured curve. And advanced users, I'm really happy for you because you are currently a very small percentage of global population who know to use AI, right? So that is a consolation for you. And for those who are starting to learn to use AI, you can always reach out to me, or there are so many experts across the globe. I'm available on LinkedIn. I'm available. I have my own website. I can show that to you. But keep learning, right? Today's session, don't just stop with observing. Just go and share about this session with your peers. Talk to your friends, your family, your children, your parents, your siblings, your people at work. Ask them how much of it they are actually using, because you might be able to help each other. And that is the starting stage of transformation, right? AI success is not about doing everything at once. It is about starting with the right use cases and building the readiness to scale. So you have to identify the use case. And obviously, you might need some expertise for that. And people like me are always available for that in case any of you have any requirement. My website is gaurishankas.com. You can always reach out to me there, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I keep sharing a lot of information, tips on using AI, especially for personal productivity. You can reach out to me there. Thank you for the opportunity, SIBEC, and good luck to you and well-organized event. I know it's heading till after 9 or 9:30 in other parts of the world, but I know that it has also added so much value to people. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. Gauri. What a timing. I'm really happy that, we are closing 8:23 now in Saudi Arabia, 9:23 in UAE, and the rest goes on. Thank you. It was really powerful. And what has attracted me, you know what? It's not AI, it's your voice.
Thank you, Suraj.
It's your voice which is more powerful than AI. Thank you very much for giving us all about AI, mentee.com, and a lot more to learn from you. Thank you very much. Any more questions from Mr. Gauri? Please raise your hand and unmute yourself to answer so that he can answer you. Amazing. Yes, Mr. Bhaskar, Dr. Bhaskaran.
Sir, I am Dr. Bhaskaran, sir, from Joint Director from Indices Department, sir, Government of Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
Wow.
Sir,
Yes,
I
doctor,
want to
go
know,
ahead.
yes, sir, in startups, we are using AI. Actually, in India, we have more than 2 lakh startups. And in Tamil Nadu alone, we have 14,000 startups. So because of this, whether any failure of startups will be there, because all are innovating and starting an industry, but everyone is telling AI will lose the job. If you do any activity, if you see, all are related with AI nowadays. Even drawing, in engineering drawing, I am doing robotics. I am doing in BE. That also, you no need to do design and all. If you give data, automatically it is coming. So research community, every community are now they are very afraid because of AI whether their job will get loose, and the innovation part and all also it will have a question like that, sir. So what is your opinion about that, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskaran. Really valuable question. I get this question a lot as well.
Yes,
So what is becoming increasingly important today, right, is that I also work with Startup Tamil Nadu, mentoring some startups. So I'm aware about that ecosystem as well, what's happening there. So what is happening is that today it has become more important for us to grow human intelligence capacity. When I say that, I'm talking about critical thinking skills, creativity, the ability to innovate outside the box, because AI actually can give you so many ideas. It can give you a business plan. It can give you a business model canvas. All the work that we took, 6 months to 1 year in the past, today can be, easily completed. One MVP. If you have to produce an MVP, we can do it within 3 weeks, especially if it's a software MVP, right? So that's the stage we are at. Now the question is shifting towards, if AI can take up all those tasks and roles, what are we going to contribute as human beings? And if startups can focus on this factor that I just told you, then they have room for expansion and growth in the future. If startups are merely wrapper startups, when I say wrapper startups, what they're doing is that they are just using a ChatGPT, OpenAI, LLM or API, and they are building something on top of that. Those startups eventually can fail because these larger companies can easily absorb that as a new feature within the new tool, right? So ChatGPT gets updated every day. So they will actually add a new feature, and that will actually kill a very large business. And as we speak, every 30 seconds, we have a new AI business that is being launched in the market. So by the time I started this speech and I finished this, there are already 100 startups in the market. So I agree with you that startups are going to face a very dynamic scene, but the way to go will be focusing on human skills. What is inherently human? What is that AI cannot think for human beings? For example, being conscious, being compassionate. Can we have startups working on this? That's the $1 million question. Nevertheless, anyone who is working on coding side, on building new LLMs, linking, let's say, linking quantum and AI. It's a very new field. I'm working with AI and quantum, both the domains. So if they can work on those niche domains, then they will have more room to expand. Coming to the research community, I'm also researching. Today, my research is supported by AI, but I'm trying to take an ethical decision as to where to use AI and where not to use. So if you're a researcher, you have to understand AI ethics before you can implement it. And the
Excuse me, Mr. Gowri, I think you went on mute. I don't know how suddenly you went in mute.
Okay.
Is it AI?
Okay. Yeah.
Is it AI making you mute or?
No, not sure. Not sure. Maybe my hand tapped on the space bar.
All
Right.
right.
Any idea where
Sorry.
I stopped, Mr. Mohammed?
Yeah, just repeat from
Research
the
part.
last, yeah, research.
Okay. Right. Right. So research, what I was saying is that you will have to actually understand AI ethics before you go into research. Even in UAE, they are actually working on something called HMCs, human machine interaction icons. So it's going to come soon. So these are things that we will have to keep integrating so that research is ethical. But the question remains the same. If AI can create and publish papers for me in the future, what am I going to add value as human being? We should start thinking about it right now. Hope that answers partly, Dr. Bhaskaran. But then feel free to reach out to me. I should be able to, give you a little more light on the basis of the research that I've done so far.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gowri. Any more questions before we close the day? For next 1 minute, we have 8:30 in Saudi Arabia, 9:30 in UAE. Any more questions?
And I would like to
If
thank
not,
all the 50 people who stayed behind. Thank you.
yeah. Yes, Mr. Abbas, mashallah, very happy to see you. He is very strong pillar of our Saudi team as well. Abbas, you have a question? Abbas,
You're on
can you
mute, Mr.
unmute?
Abbas.
Not okay. Thank you very much. It's very interested session for me. Thank you very much. Actually, nowadays I'm also using the AI tool for my for my works. The thing is, every last month I use different tools. Now it's coming the new one. So every day is the AI is changing, creating the new dimension. So how we can be in focus? Which one is the best in for the business case use?
Okay, that's again a very valid
For the
question.
project. Yes.
Sure, Mr. Abbas. Very valid question. So even I face that challenge on a day-to-day basis because each model gets better. Today, I'm using Claude, I'm using Gemini, I use ChatGPT. In certain cases, I go for Qwen or DeepSeek as well, just to cross-check which is the best accurate tool. Now, there are AI tool comparison applications that are available. For example, POE.com, POE.com. POE.com basically tries to use all available LLMs to give answer for one particular question. So let's say you want to generate a report with some kind of context. You give that context to POE or POE.com, and then it'll compare the results across different LLMs and it'll show you so that you can take a decision on which is the best for you. And I would say, as far as my current use is concerned, if it's only text only generation that I'm doing, Claude and Anthropic seems to be at the top, right? So each of these models can also answer your question as to what is the best way or the best tool that you can use for a particular purpose. So you can go to Claude and ask, I want to work on this purpose and what is the kind of tool I can use for it, right? So I would say that the answer is not very direct because until AI achieves maturity, it is going to keep changing. Every company is going to compete with the other. And learning these tools at this moment is the only best way that you can keep yourself updated. So you don't have to wait for the best tool to arrive. Just use the tool that you have at the moment, and you will slowly come to know through your network.
Sir, again, you're on mute. Mr. Gowri, you're on mute, please. Mr. Gowri, you're on mute. Hello. Admin, can you unmute Mr. Gauri, please?
Yeah, I can unmute
Yes.
myself now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mohammed. So it got muted. I think it was saying that host permission. So yeah, of course. So that's the answer. So keep yourself, you should keep using the tools. And slowly, as the tools become more matured, there will be a point of time where you can simply use one AI tool to get all the work done. But till then, it's going to be a learning curve.
Yes, Dr. Sahul, you have a question, please?
Yes.
Dr. Shahul?
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so as a startup, if I'm going to have one startup in Gulf region, so if any customer I'm going to attract for providing the services, so obviously it could be like enterprise level solution I have to go to provide. So mostly which cloud is most preferable, like AWS or Microsoft? I think these two are leading, and to my knowledge, like I'm in the perspective, Microsoft could be the good solution, enterprise level to the customers. So, what your suggestion?
Right, Mr. Shah. So the answer would be similar to the previous question, right? So we have today cloud services competing with each other. They are all giving good value adds. They are giving good credits. They are also giving something very important, which we call as the data sovereignty, right? So today you can actually make sure that your data doesn't go out of your country, right? So almost AWS, Azure, some parts of Google Cloud, they all do this, right? So Alibaba Cloud Services, but of course, again, it depends on which country. Some countries prefer, like Alibaba or just using Microsoft Azure or services like that. So what I would say is that, first of all, it depends on the level of integration and the volume of computation that is required. Right. So some people who have already used companies that you have already been accustomed to Azure, they tend to go towards that. A lot of people whom I know, they use Microsoft, right? And then comes AWS. That's the ranking. But almost all services are good enough. And if you're using AI, you have to be very careful about the policies before signing up the cloud. Just make sure that your AI data is not used for training. Right? Although it is not of a very high implication, in the future, you can be sure that your AI data has not gone into the cloud or is not being used by some other company. So going through the policy document is important. It is not necessary that you have to sit and read the entire 200-page document. Just feed it into AI and ask AI whether it has these clauses. And it will give you the answer in 1 minute, right? So today, that is how I read policy documents. I don't spend time on reading them myself. I just use AI to do it. Hope that answers your question partly, Mr. Shahul.
All right, thank you very much. With this, we are thankful to you, Mr. Gauri Shankar Shubhabala, for enlightening us on the AI part, which is going to be very much in our life. And if anything is there, we will definitely be in touch with you. There is a lot to learn from you through your trainings and sessions, inshallah. I want to thank all the members who have stayed back till this last moment of the day. And we wish you all the best, that we have collected a lot of learnings and we try to put it into practice and take some meaningful actions and see that we can have some success stories in months to come, inshallah. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow. It's going to be another day, which is the day 3. And we have many other speakers waiting to connect. And we look forward to seeing you with your friends if they can join you from your office. Tomorrow being Sunday, it can be off in your country, but in Saudi Arabia, it is the first day of the week. So you can join from your office with your colleagues, and hopefully we will have a great closure tomorrow evening. Thank you. Good night. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.